Welcome I are listening to boring past times for sleep, where the past unfolds slowly, gently, and without urgency. Tonight we drift back to the quiet nights of the 19th century, to a world of warm tonics, dim candlelight, and the curious science of sleep before the electric age, before the glow of screens and the hum of modern noise. People had their own ways of easing into rest. Some were practical, some were peculiar, and some were so quietly beautiful they've been forgotten altogether. Over the next few hours, you'll wander through the drawing rooms and bedchambers of Victorian Britain, where doctors made midnight house calls for sleepless patients, where families warmed their beds with bricks and copper pans, and where gentle rituals like a spoon of honey in warm milk, or a prayer whispered by candlelight, were as much about comfort as they were about cure. Each story you'll hear tonight is true, drawn from diaries, medical journals, and domestic guides of the time. But you don't need to remember the details. Just let the rhythm of history carry you along, like the sound of footsteps on a quiet London street after rain. You'll hear about the herbalists who sold sleeping draughts made of valerian and chamomile, and about the gas lamps that glowed too brightly, keeping half the city awake. You'll learn how people arranged their mattresses from feathers, horsehair, or straw, and how they believed the direction your bed faced could invite either peace or restlessness. We'll visit night nurses and candle makers, tea merchants and apothecaries, and perhaps even meet a few patients who couldn't stop worrying, even when the whole world had gone still. It's not an exciting story. It's not meant to be. This is the kind of history that moves slowly, like warm water poured into a porcelain cup. It's a story about the ordinary, about the soft edges of life, about the moments between day and dream. So settle in, let your eyes grow heavy. If you drift away before the end of a story, that's perfectly fine. The Victorians would have understood. They, too, believed that the mind does its best thinking when half asleep. Now, take a deep breath, listen to the quiet, and as the first story begins, imagine the glow of a candle beside your bed, its flame small and steady, guiding you into the gentle history of sleep. It is a winter evening in London, sometime around 1864. The fog presses thickly against the gaslit windows, and the city hums like a tired engine beneath the chill. Inside a modest parlor in Bloomsbury, a woman sits at a small oak table, watching a kettle begin to whisper. She is not unlike many of her neighbors, middle class, educated enough to read the advertisements in the Illustrated London News, and quietly suffering from that most genteel of afflictions, sleeplessness. In the Victorian age, insomnia was both a medical curiosity and a moral concern. To lie awake was not merely inconvenient. It hinted at spiritual unease, weak constitution, or unrestrained imagination. Physicians wrote of it with grave sympathy. Advertisements called it the curse of the modern age. And yet, for the sleepless, the night stretched long and soft, filled with the small rituals that made wakefulness tolerable. The kettle begins to sing. She lifts it carefully, steam curling around her wrist like silk ribbons, and pours it into a porcelain teapot. Inside, a modest handful of herbs begins to bloom. The scent is earthy, faintly sweet, a mixture of valerian, chamomile, hop flowers, and a touch of orange peel. Following a recipe copied from a household almanac published in 1859, it claims to bring rest to the eyes, warmth to the belly, and contentment to the heart. No one, of course, can prove that it works. A nation of the half-sleep Victorian society was built on rhythms of industry, shift work, gas lamps, and the ticking of clocks that seemed to grow louder in every home. For centuries, Britons had followed a segmented sleep pattern. First, sleep until midnight, then a period of gentle wakefulness for prayer, reading, or tending the hearth, followed by a second sleep until dawn. But by the mid-19th century, gaslight and factory hours had begun to erode this rhythm. People went to bed later, woke earlier, and often struggled in between. Medical writers of the period, such as Dr. Thomas Laycock of York, lamented the restlessness of the mind that accompanies modern occupation. In his essays, he described sleeplessness as the malady of intellect, afflicting not only scholars and clerks, but also housewives, clerics, and even children, anyone who lived too close to the noise of progress. So, in place of rest, Victorians began to brew. Herbal tonics were among the most common forms of home remedy. Every household, rich or poor, kept some knowledge of plant cures. Lavender for calming the nerves, chamomile for stomachs, valerian for agitation. The Victorian herbalist would have known, too, that hops used in brewing beer contained natural sedative properties. In fact, some of the earliest sleep pillows were filled not with feathers, but with dried hops, thought to ease the troubled mind through scent alone. An 1861 edition of the Family Herbal suggested a nightly drink composed of lemon balm, fennel seed, and a drop of laudanum. The last ingredient, of course, was the dangerous one. Laudanum, a tincture of opium, was common in many Victorian tonics, available without prescription and used for everything from headaches to heartbreak. It was a quiet killer wrapped in the perfume of respectability. But our sleepless woman tonight uses no opium. She is of the modern sort, skeptical of poisons, though fond of rituals. Her tonic is mild, comforting, and entirely harmless. She sits beside her small fire, pours a cup, and listens to the steady tick of the mantel clock. Each sound feels heavier than the last. The fire sighs in its grate. The wallpaper, patterned with faded roses, seems to move softly in the flicker of the flame. The culture of comfort for many Victorians. Bedtime was not merely a private routine, but a domestic performance. There were slippers to be warmed, nightcaps to be tied, and hearths to be banked with care. Middle-class manuals, such as Mrs. Beeton's Book of Household Management 1861, included not only recipes for supper, but also guidance for preparing a proper bedroom. Let the air be changed before sleep. Let the bed be aired and the linens freshened. Cleanliness invites repose, as sloth invites unrest. Even the placement of the bed mattered. Some writers advised that it face east, so that the rising sun may greet the sleeper. Others recommended west, for the spirit's quiet departure into dreams. The average Victorian might not believe in such philosophies, but they repeated them all the same, half habit, half hope, and so our sleepless woman drinks. The first sip warms her throat. The second fills her chest with a soft, spreading comfort. She does not feel sleepy, not yet, but she feels the pleasant weight of the ritual itself. the sense that she is doing something about her wakefulness. For the Victorians, this mattered more than the cure itself. Between medicine and magic, Victorian science occupied a strange middle ground between reason and superstition. Physicians wrote in journals. Spiritualists held the same person might consult a doctor by day and a medium by night. Sleep, too, existed between these worlds. Was it a physical necessity or a spiritual journey? Was dreaming a byproduct of digestion or a glimpse into the unseen world? In 1874, a London physician named Dr. William Hammond published a curious theory that the sleepless mind is the instrument of moral punishment. He suggested that insomnia was not merely physical, but spiritual, that those who carried too much guilt or ambition were doomed to restless nights. His lectures were popular, though not entirely comforting. For women, especially, sleeplessness carried social meaning. A sleepless woman was considered sensitive, delicate, or of overactive temperament. The medical term was hysteria, a diagnosis applied to everything from grief to boredom. Doctors prescribed tonics, rest cures, or, in some cases, enforced isolation, the cruel predecessor of modern therapy. And so many turned quietly to home remedies. Warm milk with nutmeg, barley water with honey, or tea steeped with violet leaves. It was safer, and it could be prepared without confession. The gentle apothecary. If one wandered through the streets of Victorian London late at night, one might still find a faint light in the window of a corner apothecary. These small shops were a world unto themselves. Wooden drawers labeled calamus root, gentian bark, powdered rhubarb, glass jars filled with dried herbs, and the faint, bittersweet scent of camphor and rosewater. Behind the counter, a weary pharmacist would prepare mixtures by candlelight, tinctures for digestion, liniments for aches, and the occasional sleep draught made to order. They might write in neat script on the label, to be taken before bed with warm water. Rest quietly after. Sometimes the same bottle was sold again and again, its contents unchanged, its promise eternal. A world of soft sounds. Imagine now the city outside her window. The carriages have stilled. The street lamps burn low. A distant church bell marks midnight, and a milk cart rattles faintly in the far streets. The woman places her empty cup upon its saucer and feels the slow settling of her thoughts. It is in this quiet that most Victorians met their sleep, not in sudden slumber, but in gradual surrender. The tea may have helped, or it may not have mattered at all. What mattered was the warmth, the repetition, the slow cooling of the mind after the day's work was done. Her eyes drift to the clock again. The fire has dimmed. Outside, a soft drizzle begins to fall against the glass, hissing like breath. She wonders, faintly, whether anyone else in London is awake at this hour, sipping, waiting, thinking. She wonders how many cups of sleep are brewed each night, how many gentle potions steam and fade before the morning comes. And she wonders, too, why sleep should be so elusive when the whole world seems so tired. The next morning dawns pale and gray over London, the kind of colorless light that makes every chimney look the same. For most people, it is another day of clattering carts and coal smoke. But in the small back rooms of the city's apothecaries, the work of making sleep continues. Sleep, by the middle of the 19th century, had quietly become an industry. If you were to step inside one of these shops around 1870, you would first notice the smell, a layered scent of camphor, sweet herbs, and alcohol. Wooden shelves rise to the ceiling, lined with glass jars whose labels promise comfort: powder of Dovers, spirit of ether, syrup of poppies. The counters are worn smooth by decades of hands exchanging coins for small paper packets of hope behind the counter. The apothecary, neither quite doctor nor mere shopkeeper, moves with deliberate care. He measures powders on brass scales, stirs tinctures with glass rods, and sometimes listens quietly to the confessions of the sleepless. Many of his clients are women, dressed in modest shawls and bonnets, who speak in hushed tones about nerves and restlessness. Others are men whose faces are pale from overwork, or students from the university suffering from nervous exhaustion. The apothecary does not ask for details. He knows what they want: something to quiet the mind, slow the heartbeat, and bring them gently into forgetfulness. He might prepare a bottle labeled simply sleeping mixture to be taken before retiring. Inside, depending on the customer's means and moral scruples, there could be anything from valerian root to tincture of opium. The blurred line between remedy and risk Victorian Britain existed before modern drug regulation. Chemists and druggists could legally sell substances that today would be considered dangerous narcotics. Laudanum, morphine, chloral hydrate, and bromide salts all found their way into sleep potions. Even baby tonics were known to contain opium, ensuring that entire households could sleep soundly, if somewhat unnaturally. The famous Godfrey's cordial, sold as early as the 18th century and well into the 19th, was marketed as a soothing syrup for infants. Its ingredients included water, sugar, and opium. Parents used it to quiet crying children, unaware or unwilling to admit the risks. One London physician, Dr. Charles West, wrote anxiously in 1852 that we are dosing our children into quietness and our poor into the grave. Still, the bottles continued to sell. Why? Because sleep, in an age of relentless labor and moral restraint, felt like the one mercy that could be bought. For the Victorians, sleep was not merely a biological need. It carried moral weight. A well-ordered household went to bed at a proper hour. Early rising signaled diligence. Oversleeping, laziness. Doctors wrote sternly about the proper duration of rest, often advising 6 to 7 hours for the industrious man and a little more for women and children. But insomnia complicated this. Moral arithmetic. To lie awake was to fail at the discipline of self-regulation. It meant that the mind could not obey the body's command. Thus, sleeplessness became both a medical and moral failing, something that had to be managed quietly, preferably without public notice. It is no wonder, then, that apothecaries flourished. They offered discretion. A man could buy his night drops or rest syrup without ever admitting weakness to his peers. By the 1880s, a new breed of businessmen entered the sleep trade, the manufacturer of patent medicines. Unlike the quiet apothecary, these entrepreneurs were loud, ambitious, and deeply inventive in their marketing. London's streets became cluttered with posters, advertising products like Dr. Collis Brown's chlorodyne, cures pain, calms the nerves, promotes rest. Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup for the relief of children teething or restless. Burroughs and Wellcome's restorative elixir a tonic for the mind and body. The names were soothing, respectable, and intentionally vague. Most customers did not want to know what was inside. They wanted the promise, the idea that sleep could be purchased in a bottle, poured into a spoon, and swallowed with a sip of warm water. These patent medicines traveled astonishing distances. By the end of the century, they were sold not only in Britain, but across the empire in India, Canada, Australia, and the Caribbean. The sleeplessness of empire, it seemed, was universal. Meanwhile, in universities and medical journals, a quieter revolution was taking place. Physicians began to treat sleep not as a moral condition, but as a physiological process. In 1875, Dr. William Benjamin Carpenter proposed that sleep was governed by cerebral circulation. A reduction in blood flow to the brain allowed the mind to rest. This theory led to all manner of practical suggestions. Avoid tight collars, take warm baths before bed, and never sleep immediately after a large meal. Another doctor, George Beard, wrote of neurasthenia, the mysterious disease of modern civilization. Its symptoms included fatigue, anxiety, and insomnia caused, he claimed, by the overstimulation of the nervous system in urban life. His recommendation: rest, fresh air, and simple food. And yet, despite these theories, the average Victorian patient preferred something tangible, a tonic, a syrup, a warm draught of something that could be held and swallowed. The body trusted the ritual more than the reasoning. Let us return, for a moment, to our sleepless woman from Bloomsbury. It is now evening again, and the fog has crept back across the streets. She has purchased a new tin of Dr. Havelock's restorative tea, sold by a traveling vendor with impeccable manners and dubious credentials. The label shows a crescent moon and the slogan, "To be taken before dreams." Inside the tin are dried leaves, chamomile, hops, valerian, and a few flecks of something she cannot identify. She brews it all the same, for what harm can come from tea? As the steam curls upward, she breathes it in deeply. Perhaps it is not the ingredients, but the scent itself that soothes her. The faint bitterness reminds her that life continues, that the mind can still slow down. She sits near the fire, diary in hand, recording the small facts of her day, the weather, a letter received, the price of bread. Many Victorian women kept such journals, their careful handwriting capturing the quiet endurance of everyday life. A few pages later, the ink fades into uneven loops, a sign, perhaps, that she has fallen asleep at last. In 1879, Thomas Edison invented the electric light bulb. Within a few decades, darkness itself would become optional. But in the 1870s, gaslight was still king, and physicians had begun to warn that artificial illumination disturbed the natural order of repose. Articles appeared in medical journals with titles such as "The Influence of Gaslight on Nervous Sleepers" and on "The Need for Darkness in the Restoration of the Mind." They recommended heavy curtains, dark wallpapers, and, in an oddly poetic twist, green-tinted night lamps, thought to calm the nerves. The Victorians, it seems, feared not only sleeplessness, but also the very light that made sleeplessness visible. It would be tempting to imagine that sleeplessness was a problem only for the wealthy, but the working poor suffered as well, though for different reasons. Factory shifts extended late into the night. Lodgings were crowded. Beds were shared. For them, Sleep was not elusive, but interrupted. Social reformers, such as Charles Booth, documented this in their surveys of London's working classes. In his 1889 Life and Labor of the People in London, Booth described entire families sleeping in single rooms, the air heavy with coal, dust, and breath. He wrote, "The noise of carts and footsteps never truly ceases. One rests, but one does not sleep." In such conditions, the tonics and syrups sold in the city's wealthier districts were out of reach. Instead, the poor relied on cheaper comforts, or sometimes a piece of bread soaked in warm water, a poor man's sop, taken before bed to quiet the stomach. Sleep, like everything else in Victorian Britain, was divided by class. By the end of the century, whispers of reform began to circulate. The dangers of opium-based tonics were becoming too visible to ignore. Newspapers published stories of accidental overdoses. Reformers campaigned for labeling laws. In 1868, the Pharmacy Act was passed, the first real step toward regulating the sale of poisons and narcotics. Yet, even after the act, enforcement was lax. It would take decades before sleep became truly safe to buy. Still, public opinion was shifting. The idea of natural sleep, achieved through rest, herbs, and moral calm, was beginning to reassert itself. Advertisements grew softer, emphasizing purity rather than potency. The imagery changed to fewer skulls and bottles, more flowers and moons. It was, in a sense, the birth of the modern wellness industry, the blending of medicine and marketing, science and serenity. By the late 1890s, Britain was sleepless in new ways. The telegraph had shortened time, the railway had collapsed distance. The pace of life, once measured in sunsets and meal bells, now ticked to the rhythm of machines. Newspapers spoke of nervous exhaustion as though it were an epidemic. Doctors prescribed not rest, but retreat, seaside air, countryside silence, or, for the wealthy, months of travel abroad. But for those who remained in the city, the ritual persisted. A warm drink, a steady clock, a small fire. The same comforts that had soothed generations before continued to offer their slow consolation. The year is 1893. London hums with quiet industry, even at night, a soft, ceaseless pulse of carriages, gas lamps, and thoughts. In a small rented flat near Russell Square, a young physician sits awake long after midnight, making notes by lamplight. His name is Dr. Arthur Melbury, and he cannot sleep. It is a private irony. He is, after all, preparing a lecture on the physiology of sleep and its disorders for a meeting of the Royal Society of Medicine. Yet here he sits, pen trembling slightly from exhaustion, tracing the looping sentences of other men's thoughts. Carpenter, Beard, Hammond dot around him. The air smells faintly of valerian and ink. A cup of tepid tea sits on the table, its surface still and dark. Sleep is not the absence of consciousness, but its gentle retraction, the mind's withdrawal into its own corridors. Then he sighs, because he has written this before, and still it means very little. By the final decade of the Victorian era, sleep had become something to be studied rather than simply desired. Universities began forming physiological laboratories. Doctors recorded breathing rates, pulse changes, and even the electrical currents of sleeping animals. There was talk of brain waves, though no one could yet see them. But as science advanced, so too did anxiety. The old certainties, prayer, ritual, tonics, gave way to measurement, and so people began to observe themselves sleeping, and in doing so, sometimes forgot how to rest. Dr. Melbury was one of many who found the irony unbearable. He treated patients for insomnia using warm baths, cold compresses, and careful diets. Yet in his own life, his mind buzzed like a machine. The more he learned about sleep, the less he could find it. He sometimes thought of his mother, a modest woman from Kent who swore by her dream tea, chamomile, mint, and a spoon of honey. She died before science could tell her why it worked, or whether it ever truly did, he wondered, as he stirred his own cup. Whether the secret had always been belief itself. In 1895, news spread from Vienna of a curious new field, psychoanalysis. A doctor named Sigmund Freud had published studies on hysteria, describing the inner workings of dreams and nerves. His ideas drifted slowly across Europe, intriguing and alarming in equal measure. Freud suggested that sleeplessness might not be a physical problem at all, but a symptom of thought, of unspoken fears and hidden desires. 2. Victorians accustomed to tonics and tinctures. This was a radical idea, that the cure for sleeplessness might lie not in the stomach or the blood, but in the stories people told themselves. It was both unsettling and strangely familiar. For centuries, sleepless men and women had sat in the dark, replaying the day's regrets. Now, at last, someone was listening. The connection between mind and sleep fascinated Dr. Melbury. He began to record the dreams of his patients, asking them to describe what they saw before waking. He noticed patterns: anxiety, guilt, longing, repetition. One woman dreamed nightly of forgotten letters, another of clocks that refused to strike the hour. He no longer prescribed only herbs. Instead, he encouraged evening walks, soft reading, the turning down of gas lamps. Let the mind quiet itself, he would say, and the body will follow. Still, most of his patients preferred something they could taste, a liquid comfort rather than a philosophical one. He continued to blend gentle teas of valerian, hops, and lemon balm, careful to avoid the opiates that had plagued earlier decades. The label on his small bottles read simply, Dr. Melbury's restful infusion to be taken before silence. He liked that phrase, before silence. Around this same time, the newspapers began to carry tragic little stories about accidental overdoses. Gentlemen found in their beds, bottles half empty on the nightstand. Women discovered with folded hands. Their breathing quietly ceased. The cause was nearly always the same chloral hydrate, bromide, or opium, taken in pursuit of sleep. Public opinion shifted. The very tonics that had promised rest were now symbols of decay. Writers like Thomas Hardy and Oscar Wilde mentioned them darkly in fiction, hinting that sleeplessness had become the shadow side of civilization, the cost of progress, intellect, and moral constraint. The age that once sought to cure sleeplessness now seemed to embody it. And yet, outside the city's laboratories and lecture halls, the same small rituals endured. In cottages and townhouses, in parlors and boarding rooms, kettles still hissed softly before bed. Herbalists continued to print their modest pamphlets to calm the nerves. Steep hop flowers in warm milk to induce gentle sleep. Combine lemon balm with lavender and drink by candlelight. It no longer mattered whether these methods were scientifically sound. They were humanly sound rituals of patience, warmth, and hope. In some ways, they worked precisely because they slowed time. The making of tea, the stirring of honey, the quiet waiting for the liquid to cool, all of it conspired to remind the body that night was not an enemy but a companion. In the early 1890s, a few daring researchers began to experiment with recording dreams in the laboratory. They asked volunteers to sleep under observation, noting every twitch and murmur. Though the equipment was crude, the intent was clear: to make sleep measurable. Dr. Melbury visited one such experiment at the University of Cambridge. He watched as a subject, a young student, lay beneath a network of wires connected to a simple galvanometer. The needle trembled faintly as the student drifted into slumber. It was a strange sight, so intimate and yet so mechanical. The scientist whispered, "The body does not lie." Melbury thought otherwise. He believed that in dreams, truth was often hidden not in the body's signals, but in the soul's silences. It is easy to forget that quiet itself was a modern invention. The Industrial Revolution had filled cities with noise, wheels, whistles, footsteps, clatter. For much of the working class, peace and quiet was not a natural state, but a rare luxury. By the 1890s, some city planners began to speak of rest houses and sanatoriums, where people could recover from the fatigue of urban life. These were early precursors to what would later be called sleep clinics. They offered warm baths, regular meals, and strict schedules. The wealthy could afford such rest. The poor continued to seek it where they could, in the hum of the teapot, the flicker of a single candle. By the end of the century, the world had changed again. Electricity flickered through drawing rooms. Trains ran through the night. The ticking of clocks had given way to the hiss of steam. And yet the fundamental struggle remained the same: how to rest in a world that never stops moving. The Victorian dream tonics slowly disappeared from shelves, replaced by new scientific products, sedative tablets, electric massage devices, even early sleep lamps. But the language never changed. The labels still promised gentle rest, peaceful repose, the calm of night. A century later, the bottles would look different, but the longing inside them would be the same. One evening, near the turn of the century, Dr. Melbury took a final walk through Russell Square. The air was cold, the lamps pale. He had published his paper on sleep and was preparing to leave London for the countryside. Before departing, he returned to his small rooms one last time. On his table sat a simple kettle, a packet of dried herbs, and an old porcelain cup. He boiled the water, as he always did, and watched the steam rise. It was not medicine, not science, not certainty, but a ritual, familiar and kind. He thought of his mother, of the generations who had done the same warmth, the same scent, the same small hope that tonight, perhaps, sleep would come easily. He poured, waited, and sipped. The sound of distant horses, soft as a lullaby. He wrote one last note in his journal. Before extinguishing the lamp, the act of seeking sleep is itself a kind of faith. We close our eyes not because we are certain of rest, but because we are willing to surrender to it. When we think of the Victorians, we imagine strictness, discipline, and progress. But beneath their polished surfaces lay a quiet exhaustion, the fatigue of a society learning to live faster than it could rest, their teas and tonics, their household cures and whispered prayers were small rebellions against that pace. They remind us that rest is not simply the absence of motion, but a deliberate act of care and art, performed nightly with kettle and cup. The modern world inherited their habits. The warm drink before bed, the lavender oil, the bedtime reading, the belief that ritual might coax the mind into stillness. And though we now understand sleep through brain scans and circadian rhythms, the truth remains much the same as it was in that quiet Bloomsbury room over a century ago. Sleep, when it comes, is not earned. It is invited. And sometimes all it takes is the sound of boiling water, the soft curl of steam, and the faint, fading taste of valerian on the tongue. It is a winter evening in the late 18th century, and the candles have burned low in a modest English bedroom. The walls hold the faint scent of soot from a nearby hearth, and on the bed, sheets of coarse linen lie cold and stiff from the day's frost. A servant enters, carrying something that glows faintly from within a brass pan, its handle long and wooden, its lid punctured with tiny holes. Inside the pan, nestled in a bed of gray ash, are embers, the lingering warmth of a day's fire. With a steady hand, the servant slips the pan between the sheets, shaking it gently to and fro. The faint hiss of warmth meeting fabric fills the quiet room. This was the bed-warming ritual, a practice so ordinary in Georgian and Victorian homes that it barely earned mention in most diaries. Yet it was a nightly ceremony of comfort and care, a small piece of domestic science before the word thermodynamics had even entered the public mind. Before electric blankets and central heating, before insulated windows or thermostats, warmth in bed was not a guarantee. It was a labor, a procedure, and sometimes a hazard to understand how people slept in warmth before modern comforts is to glimpse a world where sleep itself was an achievement, one coaxed into existence through heat, habit, and invention. The bed-warming pan was simple in design but rich in meaning. Typically made of copper, brass, or sometimes tin, it was a shallow pan about a foot wide, with a hinged lid and a handle long enough to reach across a wide bed without burning the user. The pan was filled with hot coals or embers taken directly from the fireplace in wealthier homes. Servants warmed every bed this way, a small domestic luxury that reflected the rhythms of service and hierarchy. In humbler households, the process was a family affair. Perhaps a father would carry the pan upstairs, while a mother turned down the bedclothes, and the children waited for their turn beneath the warming sheets. Yet this object of comfort was not without danger. Many an 18th century pamphlet warned of beds set ablaze by careless warming. The embers, if too fresh or shaken too vigorously, could ignite the sheets or smolder through the mattress straw. Some families took to lining their warming pans with ashes or sand to insulate the coals and slow the heat. Others simply prayed that their beds would not smolder as they slept. In some regions of Europe, especially in colder, rural communities, the bedpan evolved into a symbol of winter endurance. Old records from rural France and northern Germany mention them as heirlooms handed down between generations. The brass polished to a muted shine that reflected centuries of household use. By the early 19th century, the humble pan had become a motif in domestic manuals. British housekeepers' guides advised the best times to warm a bed, no less than 10 minutes before use, with the pan moved in slow circles to distribute heat evenly. It was, in a way, an early understanding of thermal transfer, though no one used such terms then. For those who could not afford a brass bed or who feared setting the bed alight, there were simpler tools, bricks, bottles, and stones, each serving as repositories of captured heat. A brick, heated in the hearth and wrapped in a flannel cloth, was a common sight in cottages across Britain and northern Europe. These bed bricks held their warmth for hours and posed little danger compared to open coals. In 1823, a London household manual even suggested that brick heaters were preferable to warming pans for the prudent housewife, noting their economy and safety. Later, as glassmaking improved, bottles began to replace bricks. The first hot water bottles were not the rubber kind familiar to us today, but sturdy, thick glass or ceramic vessels, sometimes called foot warmers or stone pigs. These bottles were filled with boiling water and sealed with cork or wax, then slipped under the sheets. Their shape often mimicked animals or household objects, and they appeared in Victorian catalogues as both practical and decorative goods. A traveler's diary from 1842 mentions a bottle of steaming water, given me by the innkeeper's wife, to place at my feet as I lay in her icy bedchamber. The writer described it as a small act of mercy in a land where windows cannot be shut tight, and the cold creeps through the walls as though it has a will of its own. It is easy to forget now that to stay warm at night once required forethought and ritual. The same hands that churned butter, fetched water, or mended boots would also heat stones, fill bottles, and shake pans of embers, all to prepare the most human act of all, sleep. Though no one used the word thermal regulation, the practice of warming beds was an early recognition of how body temperature affects rest. Modern sleep science confirms what these centuries-old rituals already implied. Warmth helps the body relax, but overheating disrupts rest. In the absence of precise instruments, people relied on feel and intuition. The perfect bed temperature was one that eased the shock of cold sheets without stifling the sleeper. Servants were sometimes instructed to test the bed after warming, pressing a hand between the sheets to ensure the heat was gentle and steady. Letters from the late Georgian period describe elaborate bedtime routines involving multiple layers of blankets, flannel nightclothes, and the careful placement of hot objects. The layering of sheets was an art, linen beneath for smoothness, wool above for insulation, and heavy coverlets for weight. This layering not only trapped heat but created a cocoon of still air, much like modern duvets do. In wealthier homes, a well-kept bedchamber was a mark of refinement. The presence of a warming pan, a clean hearth, and a well-made mattress spoke of domestic order and care. In colder climates, these nightly rituals were essential for survival. In warmer regions, they were simply comfort, but comfort, too, was a form of status. In the Victorian era, bedtime warmth extended beyond the bed itself. Many people followed small rituals to ensure a comfortable night, drinking a cup of warm milk or posset, rubbing the feet with camphor or mustard, or sitting briefly by the fire before bed to gather the heat into the body. For invalids and the elderly, warmth was considered a remedy as much as a comfort. Physicians prescribed heated stones or bricks for those with rheumatism, or recommended sleeping with a warming device at the feet to promote circulation in hospitals and workhouses where heat was scarce. Bed bricks and warm flannels became tools of both medicine and mercy. These rituals blurred the line between science and superstition. In some regions, it was believed that a warm bed warded off evil spirits of the cold, unseen influences that crept in with the frost. In others, a chill in bed was thought to cause consumption or catarrhal fevers, though the language was different. The understanding was not far from our own. Cold makes the body vulnerable. Warmth protects it. The ability to sleep warm was not universal. In poorer homes, beds were often shared by siblings, couples, or entire families, both for companionship and heat conservation. Diaries from rural England mention families sleeping to two a bed through winter months, a practice mirrored across Europe and America. The shared body heat reduced the need for bedpans or bricks, though at the cost of privacy in wealthier homes. The number of warming devices could become a mark of luxury. Some estates kept a dedicated warming maid, whose evening duty was to go from room to room, heating every bed before the family retired. The gentle clatter of the brass lid and the scent of hot metal against linen became the soundtrack of winter evenings in grand houses. By the late 19th century, with the advent of enclosed stoves and eventually central heating, bed-warming pans began to disappear. Their decline was gradual, but inevitable. The same industrial progress that brought cheaper coal and better insulation also rendered the nightly warming ritual unnecessary. Yet for a time, the old brass pans lingered, first as practical tools, then as nostalgic relics. Many found second lives as decorative pieces, hung on cottage walls, or polished as curiosities. In the 20th century, antique dealers began to collect them, and what was once a household necessity became a symbol of quaint old England. If one were to trace the evolution of human sleep through objects, the bedwarmer would mark an age when warmth required intention, when comfort was not a constant background state, but something earned. The device bridged the gap between firelight and slumber, between the public labor of the day and the private stillness of night. The faint rattle of coals within, the momentary hiss of heat meeting linen, these were sensory experiences that spoke of a deeper truth. Sleep, like warmth, was never taken for granted. In the hum of central heating and electric blankets, there is something quietly human about that effort, about taking a moment to prepare one's bed for rest, to invite warmth deliberately rather than demand it. As the embers of those long-vanished fires grow cold in memory, did they sleep more soundly? Those who earned their warmth each night than we do now with our thermostats and switches. The story of how humanity pursued warmth in sleep is, in its quiet way, a story of ingenuity. By the time the 19th century matured into the age of steam and science, bed-warming had evolved from household ritual to minor domestic engineering. Across Europe and North America, inventors turned their attention to a universal human problem: how to keep a bed comfortably warm without smoke, sparks, or servants. It began, as so many inventions did, with the middle class, those who wanted the comforts of the wealthy, but not the cost of constant domestic labor. In the 1820s and 1830s, patents began appearing for improved bed-warming devices, each claiming to solve some small inconvenience of the traditional pan. Some used hot water instead of coals. Others employed cleverly vented metal chambers designed to radiate heat more evenly. A few even promised odorless warmth, a boast aimed at those who disliked the smoky tang of ember-warmed linens. In 1844, one English inventor, William Noakes, patented what he called a safety bed warmer. His device resembled a small, sealed copper drum that could be filled with hot air from a fireplace pipe. Once sealed, the drum could be placed under the sheets without any risk of sparks. It was, in a sense, an early heat storage device, a kind of primitive hot water bottle. Decades before rubber made such things practical, newspapers and domestic guides of the era treated these small devices with surprising seriousness. The Ladies' Newspaper wrote in 1851 that an invention of such kind promises the preservation of health and the domestic tranquility of those long oppressed by cold feet and poor fires. Warmth, in this view, was not merely comfort, it was moral improvement. Even before modern physiology, people suspected that body warmth was linked to health. Physicians of the early 1800s often advised their patients to guard the temperature of the extremities, especially during sleep. They believed that cold feet, in particular, disturbed the circulation of the blood and caused nervous derangement. Dr. John R. Buthnet, an 18th-century physician, wrote that cold applied to the feet and legs is one of the most frequent causes of rheumatic and catarrhal disorders. 2 centuries later, sleep scientists would describe how peripheral warmth, especially of the feet and hands, helps trigger the body's natural descent into rest. The Victorians had no thermometers to measure it, but they knew it instinctively. A warm bed meant sounder sleep. Thus, a bed warmer was not just a comfort, it was a form of medical care. In homes where the aged or infirm lived, a nightly warmed bed was as much a prescription as a kindness. Some doctors even recommended brick heaters or hot bottles as treatments for chronic chills, poor circulation, or melancholia, the low spirits that often accompanied the long English winters. It is perhaps no wonder that warmth became intertwined with the idea of emotional security. The same literature that advised the use of hot bricks also spoke of the soothing calm of an evenly heated chamber. If the bed warmer represented luxury, the heated brick represented ingenuity. Bricks were everywhere in chimneys, ovens, and floors, and their ability to store heat made them ideal for use long after the fire had died down. A well-heated brick could hold warmth for several hours. The ritual was simple. One placed the brick near the fire in the late evening, wrapped it in flannel or an old woolen sock, and slipped it between the sheets just before bed. The effect was both practical and psychological. The weight of the brick provided a kind of grounding comfort, while the gentle heat spread slowly through the linen. Household manuals from the 1830s recommend bricks for travelers, especially those staying in cold country inns. A brick wrapped in cloth, laid at the feet, may preserve one from the ague that so often attends a chill bed, advised one such guide. Bricks were, in essence, the traveler's portable fire in some American households. Bricks became makeshift bed companions during storms or power outages, even into the early 20th century. In letters from rural Pennsylvania, A farmer's wife recalled that during blizzards we heated 2 bricks for each bed, 1 for the feet, 1 for the small of the back. It was a small gesture of control against a season that otherwise felt indifferent to human comfort. The 19th century's growing mastery over materials eventually gave rise to the hot water bottle, the direct descendant of the brick and bed warmer. The earliest versions were ceramic, with cork stoppers and rounded bellies that fit comfortably at the foot of the bed. These were sometimes nicknamed stone pigs because of their squat, snouted shape. Unlike bedpans, they carried no risk of smoke or sparks, and they could be prepared easily by anyone, a servant, a mother, or a child old enough to fetch water from the kettle. By mid-century, the hot water bottle was a staple of the middle-class home. As manufacturing improved, bottles were made in finer ceramics, then in thick glass, and finally, by the late 19th century, in rubber, a new material that could withstand heat and flex without breaking. This was the true revolution. The rubber hot water bottle, introduced around the 1890s, turned bed warming from a chore into a convenience. It could be filled, sealed, and reused without fuss, offering hours of safe, steady heat. Advertisements from the early 1900s described these bottles as hygienic warmth, a telling phrase that echoed both the domestic cleanliness and scientific rationalism of the age. One advertisement even promised that a bottle placed by the feet will ensure dreams of summer. The rituals around warmth extended beyond physical comfort. They became symbols of care, acts performed by one person for another. A parent warming a child's bed, a maid preparing her employer's sheets, a spouse placing a bottle beneath the covers before the other retired. These gestures carried emotional weight. Writers of the time noticed it too. The novelist Elizabeth Gaskell described, in Cranford, 1853, a scene of friendship between 2 elderly women, where one warms the other's bed as a mark of affection. "I placed the warming pan for her myself," she wrote, "and took comfort in the thought that her old bones would not suffer from the chill." To warm another person's bed was to extend a kind of quiet love, a domestic tenderness seldom spoken aloud. Warmth, in this sense, was both literal and symbolic. To ensure someone else's comfort was to say, wordlessly, "You are safe here." Of course, not everyone believed in constant warmth. A countercurrent of opinion, especially among medical men, warned against excessive heat. Some claimed it weakened the body or dulled the vital powers. In the 1830s, a small but vocal group of cold cure advocates promoted sleeping in unheated rooms as a means to strengthen the Constitution. They argued that warmth bred laziness and that a brisk chill at night encourages healthy circulation. A few even dismissed bed warmers as decadent contrivances. But for most people, especially the elderly, the poor, or those living in damp climates, such theories were impractical luxuries. They knew what it meant to shiver through the night, and they valued the difference a little warmth could make. Yet, the debate reflects something deeper about human comfort, that our relationship to temperature is not purely physical, but moral, cultural, and even philosophical. Warmth was seen as both indulgence and necessity, both medicine and temptation. By the late 19th century, the act of warming a bed had entered the realm of domestic science. Manuals written for modern housewives included sections on proper room temperature, ventilation, and humidity. The scientific homemaker was encouraged to maintain comfort through efficiency rather than labor. The warming pan, once a tool of servants, was now an antique curiosity. The brick, once the poor man's comfort, was replaced by new technologies: rubber bottles, gas heaters, eventually electric blankets. The act of warming one's bed shifted from ritual to routine, from human care to mechanical reliability. And yet, even as the technology advanced, the language of warmth remained sentimental. Ads for early electric bed pads in the 1930s spoke of restful nights, cozy dreams, and the gentle heat that brings peace. The science of sleep temperature had not erased the feeling of tenderness attached to it. Scientists can measure the ideal sleep temperature with precision, usually around 18 degrees Celsius, slightly cool, with local warmth for the feet. But long before this data was known, generations had intuited the same truth. The warming pan, the brick, and the bottle were all tools for achieving what we might now call thermal comfort balance. The balance mattered. Too cold, and one's body stayed tense. Too hot, and one woke drenched in sweat. The perfect warmth was a kind of lullaby, not a blaze, but an embrace. That balance was once achieved through quiet attention, testing the heat with the back of the hand, knowing when the coals were too fresh, when the cloth was too thin. It was a skill, a sensory memory passed from one generation to the next. Perhaps that is what modern comfort has cost us, not the warmth itself, but the awareness of it, the slow ritual of preparing for rest, the mindfulness of the temperature, the faint hiss of linen touched by heat. All these small details formed a rhythm that guided the body toward sleep. By the dawn of the 20th century, the gentle glow of embers and the clatter of brass warming pans were fading into memory. The modern world, humming with pipes and steam, was beginning to heat itself. The rituals that once defined the approach of sleep, the filling of bottles, the heating of bricks, the slow warming of sheets, were quietly replaced by a new luxury: the steady, invisible presence of central heating. The story of how humans warmed their beds was, for centuries, a story of intimacy between person and hearth, between fire and fabric. But with progress came a change, not only in temperature, but in the texture of nightly life. The cozy science of sleep temperature, once learned through touch and habit, became an engineering problem, solved by turning a valve or flipping a switch. And in solving it, we may have lost something that warmth once gave us: the ceremony of preparation and the small, deliberate kindness of making a bed ready for rest. Before the 20th century, the hearth was the center of warmth in the home. Every fire had a double purpose: to cook and to keep cold at bay. Bedrooms were often left unheated. Fires were a daytime luxury. The nightly use of bed warmers, bricks, and bottles was not an indulgence, but necessity. But in the 19th century, something new began to spread through the great houses of England and the townhouses of Europe: piped heat. The earliest central heating systems used hot water or steam, circulated through metal pipes that warmed rooms from within their walls. The first recorded system of this kind appeared in a Russian mansion around 1710. But it wasn't until the Industrial Revolution that such systems became practical. By the 1830s, Engineers like Angier March Perkins in London had developed reliable high-pressure boilers that could heat multiple rooms. The great estates of the Victorian age were among the first to embrace this silent miracle, an entire building kept warm, without a single open flame. Still, such comfort was reserved for the very rich. For everyone else, warmth remained a daily labor. Firewood, coal, and kindling still needed to be gathered, and the humble warming pan or hot brick remained a loyal companion by the 1920s. Central heating began its slow spread into middle-class homes. Radiators hissed quietly beneath windows, transforming cold corners into comfortable sanctuaries. Sleep, for the first time in history, could occur without ritual. Yet this new luxury was also a cultural shift. Warmth was no longer something produced each night. It was constant, background, unquestioned. Bedrooms were heated automatically, their temperature controlled not by the body or the fire, but by machinery hidden behind plaster and metal. Some mourned the loss of the old ways. A few nostalgic writers of the 1930s noted that rooms now felt soullessly even, lacking the flicker and rhythm of a real fire. The sound of crackling wood and the scent of smoke, once inseparable from the feeling of bedtime, disappeared from daily life. In exchange, the world gained predictability, new kind of comfort that required no tending, no risk, no touch. Even as central heating spread, personal warmth remained an object of fascination. In 1912, the first prototype of the electric blanket was invented in the United States by physician Sidney Russell. His design was intended for tuberculosis patients who were often advised to sleep in cold, outdoor air to purify the lungs. The electric blanket allowed them to remain warm despite the chill. By the mid-20th century, the electric blanket became a household fixture. Advertisements promised warmth at the flick of a switch and a good night's sleep for the modern age. For the first time since the invention of the bedwarmer, individuals could control their personal sleep temperature without fire, water, or effort. The electric blanket represented both progress and paradox, the industrial age's most intimate machine. Where once warmth had been shared between spouses, families, or servants, now it was individualized. One person could sleep at one temperature, another at a different one, each cocooned in their own electrically regulated comfort. It was a triumph of convenience, but also the quiet end of an old intimacy. Warmth, more than most sensations, touches both body and mind. It signals safety, relaxation, and belonging. Across cultures and centuries, the act of creating warmth by tending a fire, brewing tea, or warming a bed has symbolized care. Modern psychology confirms what the Victorians intuited, that warmth and emotional comfort are closely linked. Experiments in the early 2000s found that people who held a warm object, such as a mug of tea, rated others as more trustworthy and friendly than those holding a cold object. The warmth of touch and the warmth of environment share a deep connection in the human brain. In earlier centuries, this connection was reinforced through nightly ritual. When a parent warmed a child's bed or a spouse slipped a hot brick beneath the covers, they were not only providing physical comfort but affirming safety. The faint heat of the bedspread was a reassurance that someone had prepared this moment. That rest was allowed. It's easy to imagine how that sensation, the steady fading warmth of a bed warmer, or bottle lingered in memory long after the object itself cooled. Today, scientists know that body temperature follows a rhythm. It drops slightly in the evening, signaling to the brain that it is time to sleep, and rises again near morning. A room that is too warm can prevent this cooling and lead to restless sleep. Ironically, our ancestors' unheated rooms, though uncomfortable at first, may have aligned more naturally with the body's nightly cycle. The warming pan, used briefly before bed, likely offered the perfect compromise. A warm beginning, followed by gradual cooling. The warmth faded as the sleeper drifted off, allowing the body's temperature to fall in tandem with the night's slow chill. In this way, those old methods of warmth, though born of necessity, were perfectly suited to human biology. They created a gentle transition from wakefulness to rest, from effort to surrender. Modern heating, by contrast, often maintains a constant temperature. Few of us notice the subtle difference, but our ancestors might have found such steady warmth strangely unnatural. A bed that never cooled, a night that never deepened. Today, bed warming pans and stone pigs have become artifacts of another world. In antique shops across Britain and Northern Europe, they hang from beams and rafters, their brass lids polished to a sleepy gleam. Tourists run their fingers across them, imagining what it must have been like to slip one under the sheets of a freezing bed. Museum curators describe them as symbols of domestic labor, but they are also symbols of intimacy. Few household objects were as close to the act of rest, as directly connected to the body's need for comfort. A surprising number of families still keep them not for use, but for memory. A brass pan, passed down through generations, might recall a great-grandmother's cottage, a winter storm survived, or a parent's nightly care. In that sense, these relics are not just tools of warmth, but vessels of tenderness. Even the humble hot water bottle endures. Though electric blankets and heating pads dominate, many people still prefer the quiet simplicity of a bottle wrapped in flannel. The soft weight at one's feet or belly offers a comfort that electricity cannot quite replicate, a warmth that feels earned, not automated. The hidden work of warmth. When one looks back at history, warmth appears as an invisible thread binding human life. It required labor, chopping wood, tending fires, filling pans, heating stones. Each of these actions carried knowledge: how to judge the fire's intensity, how to time the heating, how to test the temperature by touch alone. These acts of domestic work, often performed by women and servants, rarely entered the written record. They were too ordinary to note, and yet, without them, sleep itself would have been far less bearable. In letters from the 1840s, a maid in Bath described her nightly duties after the fires are laid. "I warm the beds, beginning with the master's and ending with my own. The brass grows too hot to hold, and I must work quickly. But it is a comfort to know each room is ready for rest." It is a simple statement, but within it lies the heart of domestic life care, made visible through warmth, through readiness. For many who lived before central heating, warmth was not simply a background condition, it was a momentary grace. The memory of it stayed vivid because it was fleeting. Children remembered the feel of a warm brick wrapped in wool at their feet, or the faint metallic scent of a bed warmer passing beneath the covers. Lovers recalled the shared warmth of a narrow bed when the night outside froze solid. Old men remembered sitting by the last embers of a fire before climbing the stairs to unheated rooms. In each of these memories, warmth becomes a kind of storytelling and emotion as much as a sensation. Even now, when we describe something as warm, we often mean more than temperature. We mean welcome, safety, home. In recent years, as life has grown faster and more mechanical, some have rediscovered the comfort of slow rituals, hot baths before bed, flannel sheets, cups of tea, the deliberate turning down of covers. In small ways, we recreate the old ceremony of sleep that our great-grandparents once performed by necessity. It seems that even in a world of automation, we crave the feeling of preparation, the act of signaling to body and mind that the day is over, that rest is allowed. The streets of London after midnight were strangely alive, not in the way of crowds or laughter, but in the muffled sounds that only sleeplessness could produce. The creak of carriage wheels, the echo of boots on cobblestone, the distant hiss of gas lamps. Somewhere behind those drawn curtains and shuttered windows, someone was awake, waiting for the doctor. Before the age of hospitals as we know them, medicine often came to you. The doctor's visit, particularly the house call, was a defining feature of 19th century life, a quiet ritual that connected the intimate world of sleep and sickness with the public face of medicine. So begins the story of the Midnight Doctor, the figure who moved through the slumbering city, carrying not just his medical bag, but a strange mixture of science, superstition, and sympathy for the sleepless. In the 1800s, most cities fell silent after dusk. Gaslight had not yet conquered every alley, and public clocks marked the hours with solemn chimes. Yet physicians often worked through the night, summoned by servants pounding at their doors, or by small handwritten notes slipped under the surgery's window. A night call, as it was known, was both a duty and a performance. The doctor would throw on his overcoat, light a lantern, and step into the chill. His carriage or hansom cab might rattle through fog-shrouded streets toward some unfamiliar address. Inside, the patient might be moaning with fever, or trembling with pain, but more often than one might think, the complaint was insomnia. Though rarely named as such, was a frequent visitor in Victorian life. The 19th century was a time of endless noise, factory whistles, train schedules, mechanical clocks. The Industrial Revolution had not only changed work, it had changed rest. Victorian doctors used many words for what we now call sleep disorders: wakefulness, nervous exhaustion, night terrors, and even nocturnal agitation. Medical journals of the time were full of puzzled observations. Why did some people find it so difficult to sleep, even when seemingly healthy? One London physician, Dr. Henry Holland, wrote in 1830, "There are persons who lie down weary and yet wakeful, who feel the senses dull, yet the mind alert, who court sleep as a favor and receive it only by fits." Victorians saw sleeplessness not merely as a physical problem, but as a moral and social one. The inability to sleep suggested anxiety, guilt, or overstimulation, the byproducts of a rapidly changing society. Doctors blamed many culprits: heavy dinners, heated discussions, poor ventilation, or the overuse of books and newspapers before bed. One pamphlet even warned that too much reading by candlelight could unsettle the humors and invite restless fancies. When the midnight doctor arrived at a home, he was entering a scene already steeped in tension. The household might be awake, servants bustling with hot water, anxious relatives whispering in the corridor. The patient's room, lit by lamplight or candle, was often too warm, the air thick with worry and sleep-deprived silence. The doctor's presence, calm and deliberate, became part of the cure. His black bag contained tinctures, laudanum, smelling salts, and a stethoscope, but also authority. In an era before modern medicine's certainties, much of a doctor's work was performance, the careful inspection, the quiet reassurance, the measured voice that promised order in a night of confusion. Sometimes the visit ended with an opiate or herbal draught, chlorodyne, paregoric, or a spoonful of tincture of laudanum, a potent mix of alcohol and opium. Other times, the prescription was simpler. Open the window a little, remove the ticking clock, or sleep in flannel rather than linen. The smallest change could seem miraculous, and the doctor's calm return to his carriage signaled that order, for now, had been restored long before the physiology of sleep was understood. Doctors drew from the old medical tradition of the humors, the belief that health depended on balance between heat and cold, wet and dry. Sleeplessness, they thought, came from overheating of the blood or excess of bile. A patient might be advised to take cold baths, avoid spiced food, or refrain from reading emotional novels before bed. Still, not all physicians were bound by superstition. By the 1850s, some doctors began to study sleep empirically. They noted that physical fatigue did not always lead to rest, and that emotional distress often prevented it. A Scottish doctor named James Braid, now remembered for coining the term hypnosis, even argued that sleep could be induced through suggestion, using steady voice and relaxation. His writings quietly influenced many nighttime healers who discovered that a gentle tone and dim light could do more than medicine, it seems. Then, that the midnight doctor was not only a physician of the body, but also a kind of early therapist, treating the unseen restlessness of the mind. To imagine a 19th century doctor's night work is to imagine a different kind of city, one experienced only by those who could not sleep. Gaslight reflected off wet cobbles. The smell of smoke and horsehair hung in the mist. Behind shuttered windows, families dreamed, while one house, lit late, signaled illness or worry. In diaries and letters, doctors often describe the peculiar quiet of these journeys. One wrote, "There is a loneliness in the night visit that no other hour affords. The world seems distant, the stars indifferent, and yet I feel strangely alive, as though walking between two realms of sleep and waking." Perhaps it was in these moments that medicine began to resemble empathy, not just a treatment of symptoms, but an understanding of human vulnerability in its most private hour. As the century wore on, sleeplessness became a mark of modern life. Clerks, businessmen, and intellectuals began to complain of insomnia brought on by overwork. The phrase, "tired but wired," might fit them perfectly. Though it would not be coined for another 100 years, doctors began to notice patterns. The sleepless tended to be those who read late, worried about finances, or lived near factories where the night never truly fell silent. Sleep was becoming an early casualty of industrialization. Medical journals proposed strange remedies. One recommended a glass of warm milk mixed with magnesium. Another suggested counting backward from 100 in French to occupy the restless mind. And for the most serious cases, there was always chloral hydrate, a sedative discovered in 1832 that quickly became both a cure and a curse. It was the world's first chemical sleep aid, and, tragically, the first to cause addiction and early death for the physicians themselves. Sleep was often elusive. Night calls could arrive at any hour. Rest was constantly interrupted. Letters from the period describe weary practitioners returning home at dawn, their boots soaked, their minds still full of their patients' fears. One wrote, "I sometimes think there is no greater irony than a doctor prescribing sleep he cannot himself obtain." Yet, despite exhaustion, many took pride in their midnight duties. They saw themselves as guardians of the city's unconscious hours, the only ones awake while others dreamt. In a sense, they too inhabited the borderland between health and illness, wakefulness and rest. By the turn of the 20th century, medicine was moving indoors into hospitals, clinics, and institutions. The doctor's midnight visit began to decline. Electric lights made the night less mysterious. Telephones replaced messengers. Anesthetics and laboratory tests replaced intuition. But in losing the midnight doctor, something else was lost too. The personal, bedside connection between healer and patient. The quiet murmur exchanged in a half-lit room. Sleep, once treated as a matter of daily life, became a clinical subject measured by electrodes and machines. The world of medicine grew brighter, but perhaps a little colder. Imagine it now, a London winter in 1885. A cab rolls through fog, its lantern casting a faint circle of light. Inside, a doctor clutches his black bag, eyes heavy with fatigue. Ahead, a single window burns with lamplight. He will climb the stairs, knock softly, and enter the room where a woman lies awake, her mind full of worries she cannot name. He will sit beside her bed, speak quietly, perhaps prescribe nothing at all. And when he leaves, the silence he leaves behind will feel almost like peace. Outside, the city still sleeps. The gas lamps flicker. Somewhere, another patient stirs. The doctor adjusts his coat and disappears once more into the night. For one more hour. He will be the only soul awake in a world built for dreaming. The night doctor's world was scented with strange things, the sharp sweetness of ether, the heavy musk of laudanum, the faint spice of camphor rubbed into wrists and temples. In his black leather bag, he carried what the age believed to be the science of sleep, bottles and powders that promised rest, though often at a terrible cost. In this second part of the story, we step deeper into that quiet alchemy, the pharmacopoeia of the sleepless 19th century, when opium tinctures were taken as casually as tea, and when the line between medicine and comfort was as thin as the wick of a candle. The most famous of all Victorian sleep remedies was laudanum, a mixture of opium and alcohol that, for over 200 years, had been both a cure and a curse. Physicians prescribed it for nearly everything: coughs, colic, melancholy, even broken hearts. And, of course, for sleeplessness. It was not considered scandalous. Mothers gave it to teething babies. Workers took it after long shifts. Poets used it to quiet the mind. Its presence was as ordinary as the sugar jar. Yet, in those small amber bottles, the Victorian home kept its most dangerous comfort to the doctor who arrived at a patient's bedside at 1 in the morning. Laudanum was often the final remedy, a few drops in warm milk, perhaps with a dash of brandy or nutmeg, and the patient's eyes would finally grow heavy. The relief was real, immediate, and deceptive. What the era did not yet know was how powerfully addictive the drug could be. For many, the nightly cure became a quiet dependence, and in countless homes, the midnight doctor found himself returning to the same address again and again, called by the same sleepless patient whose rest now depended on the contents of his bag. Not all remedies were so potent. For those wary of opiates, Victorian medicine offered a long list of milder tonics. Each was part of what one doctor called the art of persuading the body to sleep. A cup of warm barley water sipped slowly in a darkened room. A small glass of brandy diluted with hot water to ease the nerves without clouding the mind. Or, for those of gentler habits, milk mixed with cinnamon, or a single drop of laudanum, a compromise between nature and necessity. Such night drinks became ritualized. Servants prepared them at a precise hour, often between 10 and 11. Families treated the bedtime tonic as seriously as the morning tea. The act of preparation, the warming, stirring, pouring, created its own rhythm of calm. Even before chemistry entered the scene, routine itself was medicine. Doctors understood this intuitively. In their handwritten notes, many advised not only what to drink, but how to drink it, with patience, in silence, by candlelight only. They may not have known the term sleep hygiene, but they practiced it in spirit. Still, the line between rest and ruin was thin. Opium-based remedies were found in every apothecary: Godfrey's cordial, Dover's powder, Mother Bailey's quieting syrup, and the notorious chlorodyne, which combined chloroform, morphine, and peppermint oil in a syrup so pleasant that even children sometimes begged for it. Chlorodyne was sold openly until the early 20th century. The label promised soothing relief for cough, cramps, and wakefulness. In small doses, it could indeed lull the nerves, but taken too freely, it silenced them altogether. Victorian doctors were not blind to the danger. Many journals warned of opium habitues, patients who could no longer sleep without the drug, whose days were spent in lethargy, and whose nights blurred into fog. Yet few alternatives existed. The science of the brain was still mysterious, the chemistry of sleep untouched, and so the midnight doctor stood at a crossroads between care and harm, knowing that what soothed his patient tonight might destroy them tomorrow for the wealthy. Insomnia became a fashionable affliction. Medical columns in society papers discussed it in the same breath as digestion and complexion. A sleepless night was often presented as the cost of refinement, the burden of intellect or nervous sensitivity. Doctors who made house calls to such homes often found not illness, but overstimulation, too much reading, too much conversation, too many dinners. The cure, therefore, was often boredom, a quiet walk after sunset, a tepid bath without the vulgarity of bubbles, a single candle at the bedside, no more. One physician, writing in 1871, recommended that those of delicate constitution should avoid novels of passion, political pamphlets, and any talk of railways after supper. Instead, he suggested, they should contemplate something simple, a potted fern, or the ticking of a slow clock. It was, in its way, the original sleep hygiene manual. Every physician developed his own small rituals for the night visit. Some refused to enter the bedroom until they had first observed the house itself, its lighting, its stillness, its smells. A doctor named Charles Tilson advised his students that the air of the dwelling tells more of the patient's health than his pulse. Once inside the doctor would often lower his voice to a near whisper. He would listen not just to breathing, but to rhythm, the pace of speech, the intervals between sighs. He might sit for several minutes before saying a word, simply letting the patient grow accustomed to his presence. Then came the inspection, the hands for coldness, the eyes for fatigue, the tongue for color. The questions were gentle. At what hour do you find your rest most disturbed? Does your mind wander upon waking? Do you dream or lie quite awake? Each inquiry sought to locate the border between body and mind. In truth, the Midnight Doctor was performing an early form of psychological medicine without ever naming it as such. By the late 1800s, sleeplessness had become profitable. Advertisements filled newspapers, promising pills for peaceful repose and powders for nervous ladies. Sleep had entered the marketplace. One popular product claimed to bring the blessing of sleep without the sin of opium. Its ingredients included chloral hydrate and cannabis tincture, a claim only half true. The bottles sold quickly nonetheless. At the same time, furniture makers began producing specialized sleeping chairs, rocking couches, and even ventilated nightcaps to keep the head cool. The doctor's advice extended into design: a well-ventilated room, a firm mattress, and curtains drawn not too tightly. Sleep was no longer just a personal state. It was a lifestyle, a science, a symbol of progress. But as the world industrialized, true rest seemed to slip further away. A doctor's midnight ledger among the surviving notebooks of 19th-century doctors are records of their visits, names, addresses, symptoms, and fees. But occasionally, one finds something more, a glimpse of reflection. Mrs. P, sleepless these 6 nights, gave draught, mild, no laudanum, sat by her a while. She spoke of her son at sea, slept at last before the hour, charged nothing. It's a small story, one that never made its way into medical textbooks, yet it captures what the science of sleep once meant, not just chemistry, but compassion, not the manipulation of the body, but the quieting of the mind. In those silent rooms, lit only by lamplight, the doctor was more than a dispenser of medicine. He was a witness to human restlessness, a companion through the long hours before dawn. By the 1890s, new technologies were transforming both medicine and sleep. The telephone allowed patients to call for help instantly, ending the age of messengers and hand-delivered notes. The electric light brightened bedrooms, erasing the gentle transition between evening and night. Doctors began to keep regular hours. Hospitals, no longer confined to the destitute, expanded into places where even the middle class could seek treatment. The midnight visit was slowly replaced by the morning appointment. Yet the culture of sleeplessness did not fade. In fact, it grew. The very inventions that brought progress, the telegraph, the typewriter, the newspaper, also brought new anxieties. People stayed awake longer, thinking, writing, worrying. And so, though the midnight doctor vanished from the streets, his patients did not. The sleepless followed the world into modernity, and medicine followed them. It is curious to imagine that the age which gave us steam engines and telegrams also produced people who longed most desperately for rest. The faster life became, the more the world needed its quiet healers. The midnight doctor's remedies, opium, warm milk, whispered counsel may seem quaint now. Yet behind them lay something timeless, the recognition that sleep cannot be forced, only invited, that the body obeys not command, but comfort in that. The Victorians understood something we are still learning, that rest is as much about safety as it is about science. Outside the lamplit window, the fog has thinned. Somewhere, a clock strikes 3. The doctor, his coat still dusted with frost, writes his final note for the night. Patient resting, candle extinguished. All is quiet. Then, with a small sigh, he gathers his bag and steps once more into the sleeping city, one man among thousands, awake in the service of rest. By the turn of the 20th century, the world had changed its tempo. The gentle rhythm of horse hooves on cobblestone gave way to the metallic rumble of trams, the faint hum of electric bulbs, and the ticking pulse of clocks that now kept factories running day and night. The night itself was no longer dark, it was illuminated, dissected by light and noise. In this newly awakened world, the midnight doctor began to disappear. His quiet carriage, once a familiar sound to sleepless households, was replaced by hospital bells, waiting rooms, and clinical schedules. The personal ritual of the night visit, that whispered exchange between patient and physician, slowly receded into memory. But the problem he treated, sleeplessness, did not vanish. It merely changed its form. At the beginning of the 19th century, nearly all medical care took place in the home. The doctor came to you. His presence was as ordinary as the fire in the hearth. By the 1880s, that tradition was already in retreat. First came industrial timekeeping, trains, shifts, and factory whistles that made punctuality a social virtue. Doctors began keeping stricter hours, aligning themselves with the new clockwork world. Then came hospitals, which grew from charitable refuges into institutions of scientific progress. The modern hospital promised sterility, technology, and professional control advantages no private home could match. By 1900, the physician who still ventured out after midnight seemed a relic of another age. In medical journals, younger doctors described house calls as inefficient and sentimental. Yet to many patients, the loss felt personal. The midnight visit had been more than treatment. It had been companionship in a world without electric comfort. As the house call declined, the study of sleep slowly began to emerge as a legitimate branch of medicine. It started humbly with notebooks, pulse charts, and the first crude attempts to measure brain activity in 1875. A British scientist named Richard Catton discovered that weak electrical currents could be detected on the surface of the brain. Half a century later, his work would inspire the electroencephalogram, e.g., a device capable of recording the brain's waves during sleep. This was revolutionary. For the first time, physicians could see sleep. What had once been mysterious, the realm of dreams, rest, and fatigue, was now measurable, quantifiable, scientific. The midnight doctor, who once diagnosed sleeplessness by touch and intuition, had given way to the laboratory technician surrounded by humming machines, the invention of insomnia before the late 1800s. Sleeplessness was a symptom. By the early 1900s, it had become a diagnosis. The word insomnia entered common use, borrowed from Latin insomnus, without sleep. This new medical framing reflected a shift in culture. The restless nights, once treated with herbal tonics or moral advice, were now catalogued as disorders of the nervous system. Doctors no longer spoke of overwrought nerves or unquiet minds, but of neurasthenia, psychophysiological insomnia, and sleep maintenance disorder. The tone changed too. Where the Victorian doctor had whispered comfort beside a flickering lamp, the modern physician wrote reports under electric light, citing data and case studies. The intimacy of bedside medicine had been replaced by the impersonality of science, a necessary evolution, perhaps, but one that left the treatment of sleeplessness colder and more mechanical. In the early decades of the 20th century, the sleepless and the nervous were often sent away to rest homes or sanatoriums, quiet facilities set in the countryside, where patients were prescribed sunlight, fresh air, and regular meals, though intended for nervous exhaustion and tuberculosis alike. These institutions became the new refuge for those who could not rest. A doctor named George Beard, who popularized the idea of American nervousness, recommended such retreats for those whose occupations have robbed them of repose. Here, patients followed strict routines: lights out at 9, no reading after dusk, cold sponge baths in the morning. Many found the regimen oppressive, others oddly soothing. It was the institutional echo of the midnight doctor's wisdom that sleep came not from force, but from structure. The sanatorium system, though often criticized, taught the medical world a valuable lesson. Rest is not only a matter of chemistry, but of environment. As medicine industrialized, so too did its cures. The amber bottles of laudanum and chlorodyne gave way to mass-produced sleeping pills. First barbiturates in the 1910s, then benzodiazepines in the 1950s. Doctors once carried remedies in glass vials. Now, pharmacists distributed pills by the thousands. Sleep became something that could be prescribed, packaged, and consumed, a commodity as standardized as the electric clock on the nightstand. This new pharmacology promised safety and precision. Yet history repeated itself. The same faith once placed in opium now rested in synthetic sedatives. By mid-century, addiction once again shadowed the field of sleep medicine. Somewhere, one suspects. The ghost of the midnight doctor might have sighed, recognizing the old mistake in modern form. The 20th century's great transformation came in the 1960s, when researchers began creating sleep laboratories. These rooms, sterile but comfortable, were fitted with cameras, microphones, and EEG machines that traced the brain's nocturnal rhythms. Patients were invited to sleep under observation, their breathing measured, their limbs wired with electrodes. From these experiments came a new understanding of the human night: REM sleep. Sleep cycles, sleep apnea, and narcolepsy were mapped and named in a sense. The midnight doctor had returned, not as a man with a lantern, but as a scientist watching through glass, recording the secret language of dreams. The goal was no longer comfort, but comprehension. Sleep had become a frontier of modern science. Yet, despite all this progress, one truth remained unchanged. The most effective cure for sleeplessness was still the oldest: quiet, darkness, and a feeling of safety. By the late 20th century, medicine began to rediscover what the 19th century had known intuitively. Psychological approaches like cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia (CBTI) emphasized habit, ritual, and environment, precisely the things the Midnight Doctor once prescribed in his simple bedside counsel. Sleep, it turned out, could not be reduced to chemistry alone. It was an act of surrender, dependent on trust. And so, after 100 years of machines and medications, the doctor once again found himself sitting beside the sleepless, perhaps not in a candlelit bedroom, but in a softly lit clinic, speaking gently about the same things his Victorian predecessors once whispered: too much worry, too much noise, too much light. The setting had changed. The wisdom had not. Imagine now a patient in 1890, a widow living alone in a brick townhouse in Bloomsbury. She cannot sleep. The clock ticks, the coals crackle, and she lies awake, listening to the city's distant hum. And imagine another, in 1990, lying in a hospital bed under fluorescent light, electrodes taped to her scalp. She, too, cannot sleep, though the reason is now given a name and number. Plotted on a chart between these two moments stretches the entire history of sleep medicine, from whisper to waveform, from bedside to laboratory. Yet the experience itself, the quiet anxiety of the wakeful hour, remains unchanged. In both rooms, what the patient longs for is not science, but comfort. A soft voice, a light dimmed, the sense that someone, somewhere, is awake to keep watch. Though his profession faded with the gaslight, the Midnight Doctor left behind a legacy deeper than he could have imagined. His calm presence, his gentle listening, his understanding of the rhythms of the body, these became the roots of modern sleep therapy. Even if his name was forgotten, every nurse who checks on a patient in the dark, every clinician who adjusts a pillow before leaving the room, every therapist who teaches slow breathing and quiet reflection, they all echo that same ancient service to guard the threshold between waking and sleep. The tools have changed. The care has not. Picture one final night in the waning years of the 19th century. A physician stands at his window, watching the city fade beneath a thin veil of fog. His coat hangs by the door. His lantern rests on the table, wick trimmed, oil half gone. The streets below are quieter now. The telephone has arrived. The hospitals are full. The age of the midnight visit is ending. He hesitates, perhaps, as a knock echoes faintly down the street. One more call, one more sleepless soul. He takes his bag, lights the lantern, and steps into the mist. The light trembles briefly, then moves away, swallowed by the night. Another century waits, bright, fast, sleepless, in a new way. But for this moment, under the pale moon and flickering lamps, the old world still breathes, quietly, gently, at rest. By the 1840s, the British night had its own gentle rhythm. Coal fires murmured in iron grates. Curtains were drawn against the London fog. A faint clinking of porcelain sounded from drawing rooms and sculleries alike. The final cup of the evening, poured not for conversation, but for sleep. In this world of gaslight and goose-feather pillows, bedtime was not a single moment. It was a process, and that process began with a beverage, Some called it a tonic, others a draught. Some swore by warm milk, others by malted barley, or a modest spoon of brandy mixed into hot water. But whatever form it took, the purpose was always the same: to coax the body gently toward rest. This is the story of those quiet cups, and how an empire, sleepless and industrious, came to believe that what one drank before bed could shape the quality of one's dreams. It is impossible to speak of Victorian beverages without speaking first of tea. By the mid-19th century, tea was no longer a luxury, it was a national institution. Imported through the British East India Company, taxed, smuggled, and eventually democratized. Tea had become the liquid clock of daily life. Morning tea began the day. Afternoon tea sustained it. Evening tea concluded it. Yet, in that final serving, the Victorians found themselves at odds with their own creation. Tea, though soothing in ceremony, was rich in caffeine, a subtle stimulant that kept weary minds alert long past midnight. Doctors and moralists began to worry. They warned that excessive tea drinking led to nervous excitement, feminine frailty, and dreams of agitation. Magazines offered gentler advice: take no black tea after the evening meal. Prefer instead an infusion of chamomile or lime blossom, which steadies the pulse. And thus began a curious domestic experiment: laboratories of drowsiness, in drawing rooms and kitchens alike. The Victorians began to rediscover herbs, not as medicine, but as comfort. Chamomile, long used by apothecaries for ague and vapors, returned as the preferred soporific of the middle classes. Lemon balm, valerian, lavender, and mint each found their way into the evening pot. The recipes varied by household. Some steeped fresh herbs, others boiled dried blossoms and strained the result through muslin cloth. The taste, by modern standards, was often bitter, but the bitterness itself was considered medicinal. 1862 Household Guide suggested, let not the draught be overly sweetened. The body must first resist before it can rest. Herbal teas were also deeply symbolic. They marked a shift from the public bustle of the day to the private calm of the night. The act of steeping, of waiting, of slowly sipping in silence. It was itself a form of meditation for those who preferred a stronger dose of comfort. The Victorians turned to tonics mixtures sold in pharmacies and apothecaries, often promising vigor, vitality, and, paradoxically, peaceful sleep. One popular formula was beef, iron, and wine, a concoction of port wine, beef extract, and iron sulfate, recommended for nervous exhaustion. Another was Godfrey's cordial, a mixture of laudanum, opium, molasses, and spices, given liberally to infants as well as adults. These tonics occupied a gray area between nourishment and narcotic. They were both remedy and indulgence, a small luxury in an age that prized self-restraint. To the weary shop clerk or seamstress, a teaspoon of night tonic felt like mercy. To the doctor, it was a matter of balance. Too little, and the patient remained wakeful. Too much, and the cure became its own quiet poison in many homes. The line between medicine and comfort was blurred. And perhaps that was precisely the point. Alongside tea and tonics stood another ritual, the nightcap, a modest measure of alcohol taken before bed. The Victorians inherited this habit from earlier centuries, when ale, sherry, or hot spiced wine were common bedtime drinks. A traditional recipe for revived in Victorian cookbooks called for milk, sugar, and nutmeg stirred into ale or sack, a fortified wine. The result was both warming and mildly soporific, a drink meant to calm the stomach and slow the pulse. In the parlors of London, gentlemen preferred a splash of brandy or whiskey diluted with warm water. In cottages, laborers relied on homemade cordials steeped with herbs. Across classes, the reasoning was identical. A little warmth to steady the heart, a little drink to smooth the day's roughness. But as the century wore on, temperance societies began to challenge the practice. The temperance movement and the battle for sleep. By the 1870s, the temperance movement had gathered formidable strength. Rooted in religious and moral reform, it argued that alcohol, even in moderation, eroded the moral fabric of society. Temperance advocates published pamphlets warning that the nightcap is the first step to ruin. Instead, they proposed wholesome alternatives: warm milk, oatmeal water, or barley tea. In 1874, pamphlet from the Band of Hope Union urged families to replace spirituous night draughts with the pure beverage of the cow or the barley pot. The result was the rise of the non-alcoholic night tonic drinks that imitated the warmth and ritual of alcohol but carried none of its moral peril. Among these, one would rise above all others: Horlick's malted milk, patented in 1883. This powdered mixture of milk, barley, malt, and wheat flour could be dissolved in hot water to create a sweet, creamy drink, safe for children, wholesome for invalids, and respectable enough for even the most devout temperance household. It quickly became synonymous with comfort. By the early 20th century, Horlicks was exported across the empire and marketed with slogans such as "Sleep comes gently to those who drink Horlicks." Beyond ritual and morality lay a quieter truth: the physiological reason why warm drinks seemed to aid sleep. Victorian physicians, though lacking modern neuroscience, were keen observers of the body. They noted that warmth relaxed the stomach and slowed the heart rate. Ingesting a warm liquid raised the body's temperature slightly, triggering a mild drop as one drifted off, the same process that naturally accompanies sleep. Moreover, the ritual itself, sitting, holding a warm cup, breathing slowly between sips, calmed the nervous system. Though the Victorians did not yet speak of serotonin or thermoregulation, they understood instinctively that the act of drinking was itself a form of medicine. The evening cup was one of the few rituals that transcended class boundaries. For the wealthy, it was served on silver trays by servants, accompanied by biscuits or preserved fruit. For the poor, it might be a tin mug of watered milk or a spoonful of barley gruel. But in both mansions and tenements, the intention was the same: to mark the day's end. Even in the crowded lodging houses of industrial cities, travelers recorded the sight of workers boiling kettles late at night, their steam mingling with coal smoke. Each man, wrote a visitor to Manchester in 1861, takes his tea before lying down, not for pleasure, but for peace. That phrase, "for peace," might well describe the entire Victorian relationship with sleep. It was not indulgent, not idleness. It was recovery, a necessary pause before the next day's labor. Walk into a Victorian chemist's shop around 1880, and you would find a small but profitable corner dedicated to night drafts. Dr. Collis Brown's Chlorodyne, a potent mixture of chloroform and morphine. Winslow's Soothing Syrup, marketed for teething children, equally sedative for adults. Mrs. Winslow's Night Comforter, essentially morphine in honeyed form. These preparations were legal, widely used, and often deadly, but they filled a real gap, the need for rest in a restless world. When electricity arrived, it only deepened the problem. Gaslight could be dimmed. The electric bulb could not. Nights grew longer, minds more restless. And so the chemist's bottles multiplied, promising relief at $1 a dose, somewhere between tea and tincture. The human body became a battlefield between fatigue and stimulation, the same tension that defines modern life. As the century drew to a close, Britain had become both sleepless and self-soothing, a nation of industrious insomniacs sipping their way toward unconsciousness. But the story of the sleepy beverage was far from over. For in the next stage of this tale, we will watch how commercial ambition and a rising obsession with purity transformed the humble bedtime cup into a global industry. By the final decades of the 19th century, the British night was awash with labels. Where once the sleepless had turned to herbs and homebrews, they now turned to the apothecaries' shelf, a forest of glass bottles, each bearing its own promise of repose. The age of industry had given rise to the age of advertising, and the need for rest had become one of the century's most marketable anxieties. Every problem of the body could now be addressed not by a visit to the doctor, but by the purchase of a tonic, a syrup, or a powder. Fatigue had its formulas, digestion its drops, nerves their drafts, and sleeplessness its own bustling marketplace. Industrial Britain was perpetually tired. Factory workers endured 12-hour shifts. Clerks hunched under gas lamps late into the night. Railwaymen, telegraphers, and printers all worked by artificial light. Fatigue became both a badge of honor and a medical concern. Newspapers published articles about the modern weariness of the educated classes, while medical journals spoke of neurasthenia, a fashionable diagnosis for the exhausted middle-class mind. And so, the manufacturers of relief stepped in. Patent medicine companies flooded the market with sleep-inducing tonics, nerve restoratives, and anti-fatigue compounds. Many contained little more than sugar, water, and traces of alcohol, but they offered something more important: hope in a bottle. Each brand had its story, its signature, its secret ingredient, and each promised to restore what modern life had stolen: the ability to rest. The Victorians were not the first to commercialize sleep, but they perfected the art. Patent medicines, so called because they were trademarked, not medically patented, had existed since the 17th century. By the 1880s, however, they were a full-fledged industry. One could not walk through a railway station or read a penny paper without seeing advertisements for Dr. James's powders, Mother Seigel's syrup, or Dr. De Jong's cod liver oil. Sleep remedies occupied their own curious corner of this empire. They rarely promised instant slumber. Instead, they promised nerves soothed, digestion eased, and dreams made tranquil. Their names blended science with comfort. Bovril, restorative beverage. Dr. Williams, nervine elixir. Syrup of hypophosphites. The ingredients, however, were less refined. Many included opium, chloroform, or bromide salts, potent sedatives that dulled the mind as efficiently as they calmed it. Others relied on caffeine and quinine, paradoxically keeping the drinker awake even as they sought rest. Still, the advertisements spoke not of danger, but of serenity. For the wearied brain, read one 1891 poster. A single draught of Dr. Brown's sleep cordial brings blessed relief. Victorian advertising had its own poetry, a language halfway between sermon and lullaby. A typical notice might begin with a moral tone. To those who lie awake with conscience troubled and nerves unstrung, seek not opiates, but natural rest. Then, after a brief warning against competitors, it would gently present its product, Dr. Collis Brown's chlorodyne, the only preparation endorsed by physicians and clergy alike. A single teaspoon, and the busy mind is hushed. Imagery played a crucial role. Posters often depicted moonlit bedrooms, serene mothers laying their heads upon white pillows, or cherubic children dozing in bassinet. Bottles were shown haloed in soft light, as though the liquid within were sanctified. The irony, of course, was that many of these natural remedies contained enough morphine to fell a grown man. But in the Victorian imagination, sleep itself was moral, and anything that restored it, even artificially, carried a hint of virtue. Among all the patent beverages of the age, none achieved such enduring fame as Horlicks malted milk, invented in 1873 by James and William Horlick of Gloucestershire. The drink was originally designed as a food supplement for infants and invalids. By 1883, the brothers had patented a soluble powder that could be mixed with hot water. No boiling required. It was, in its way, revolutionary, clean, convenient, non-alcoholic, and free from narcotics. Horlicks fit perfectly into the new moral framework of the temperance era. Advertisements called it a night's rest in a glass. Doctors endorsed it as wholesome nourishment for the sleepless. Missionaries carried it abroad. Arctic explorers packed it in their supplies. By the turn of the century, Horlicks had transcended its humble origins. It was not just a drink, it was an ideal, domestic peace, health, and middle-class virtue distilled into powder. Other companies tried to imitate its success, with names like Benger's Food, Virol, and Plasmon Cocoa. But none captured quite the same trust in the gentle clinking of cups around 1900. The hum of Horlicks tins became a lullaby for the modern home, even as Horlicks marketed comfort. Chemists pursued control. By the 1860s, scientists had discovered the sedative properties of potassium bromide, a compound that dulled the nervous system without the euphoric effects of opium. Physicians hailed bromides as a civilized alternative to narcotics. Soon they appeared in countless remedies: bromidea, bromural, potio, sedativa. For a time, the bromide era seemed the height of progress. Sleep could now be summoned with a dose that neither intoxicated nor corrupted. But there was a cost. Prolonged use led to a condition known as bromism, marked by lethargy, skin rashes, and mental fog. Victorian newspapers occasionally reported the sad cases of patients who slept themselves into dullness on doctors' orders. It was, in essence, the scientific version of the old moral dilemma: to rest too much, to dull the senses too deeply, was to lose part of one's humanity. Behind every advertisement lay a demographic truth. It was not the poor nor the aristocracy who most often sought bottled sleep. It was the middle class. For the laboring poor, exhaustion itself was the sedative. Sleep came when it could. For the wealthy, comfort was abundant. But worry was often outsourced to servants and secretaries. The middle class, however, occupied an anxious middle ground, working long hours by day and lying awake by night, fretting over bills, propriety, and progress. They lived by the clock and the ledger, and sleep became another measure of success. To sleep well was to live rightly. To toss and turn was to fail both physically and morally. The market eagerly supplied their guilt with solutions. Bottled tonics, advertised in ladies' magazines, promised not only rest but redemption. In one 1898 advertisement for Benger's bedtime beverage, the copy read, "Those who toiled by the light of the lamp deserve the rest ordained by Providence. Drink Benger's, the sleep of the just awaits you." In the end, what these products sold was not merely sleep, but reassurance that one was doing the proper thing to achieve it. The science of suggestion even. When the ingredients were inert, barley, sugar, or flavored water, the results were often real. Physicians of the time began to notice something curious. Patients who believed in a particular tonic often slept better than those who took none at all. This phenomenon, though unnamed then, was the placebo effect, the healing power of faith itself. Victorian culture, steeped in moral discipline, lent particular strength to such belief. To drink a patented night tonic was not mere indulgence. It was a ritual of obedience to health, a performance of self-control. The very act of preparing the mixture, measuring, stirring, sipping slowly, reenacted the ancient ritual of the bedtime tea. Translated into the modern language of commerce, one might say the Victorians did not just buy sleep, they believed themselves into it. Between comfort and control, by the early 1900s, the market for night tonics had reached its peak. Advertisements filled entire pages of magazines. Bottles glinted on mantelpieces beside family photographs. And yet, beneath the surface, doubts began to stir. Medical reformers, emboldened by the rise of professional licensing, warned that many patent drinks were little more than syrups of stupefaction. The British Medical Journal conducted analyses, exposing the secret ingredients of several famous brands. Public outrage followed. Regulations soon tightened, but even as the old patent medicines faded, the cultural craving they fed remained. The public still wanted the same thing, a warm, safe, respectable way to surrender consciousness. The names changed. The formulas improved, yet the impulse endured. Unbroken from the first herbal infusions to the modern sleep aid, the sleepless marketplace. If you can, in imagination, inside a Victorian chemist's shop around 1895, the lamps are low. The air smells faintly of menthol and syrup. Rows of bottles gleam behind polished glass, cobalt, amber, green. A young clerk stands behind the counter, coat neatly buttoned, hair slicked flat. He listens as a tired customer describes her sleeplessness, the mind too busy, the eyes too wide. He nods, selects a bottle labeled bromidia for gentle slumber, and wraps it carefully in brown paper. She pays a shilling, thanks him softly, and disappears into the fog outside. The gaslights flicker. A carriage rattles past. Somewhere in the distance, a clock strikes 10, and across the city, thousands of similar bottles are opened, measured, sipped. For an hour, perhaps, the empire sleeps in the next section. We will see how the nightcap, once sold as moral medicine, evolved in the new century into comfort culture itself. Cocoa tins, malted drinks, and the promise of rest packaged for modern dreams. You might imagine that sleep in the 19th century was as simple as laying one's head upon a soft pillow and drawing up a quilt. But beneath the surface of Victorian beds, beneath those embroidered coverlets, lace-trimmed sheets, and heavy wool blankets, lay a world of quiet labor, layered ingenuity, and, occasionally, discomfort. The mattress, humble and overlooked, was a living record of class, hygiene, and human rest. Victorian society, for all its refinements and inventions, was obsessed with cleanliness and comfort, or at least the appearance of them. Yet when it came to the place where one spent nearly a third of life, that comfort was often more complicated than it appeared. Feathers, horsehair, straw, wool, and even seaweed filled the mattresses of Britain's homes. Each stuffing carried its own texture, its own smell, and its own story. Let us then lift the coverlet and explore the secret, rustling, occasionally itchy world of the Victorian mattress. The mattress as a marker of class in the early Victorian period. A person's bed told you nearly everything you needed to know about their place in the social order. For the wealthy, mattresses were symbols of refinement and investment. They were layered carefully upon heavy bedsteads of mahogany or walnut, framed by curtains of velvet or damask. A lady's maid might spend an hour each morning shaking and smoothing the down to perfection. Her employer's bed was, after all, not just for sleep, but for display, a place to receive guests during convalescence, or to rest while servants read aloud. In these homes, mattresses were often filled with goose or duck feathers, carefully washed and dried to prevent mustiness. They were stitched into ticking fabric, a tightly woven, striped cotton designed to keep the feathers from escaping. Each side was turned and aired weekly, and, once a season, the feathers might be emptied, beaten, and fluffed anew. But for the working classes, the story was rather different. In the servant quarters, the coach houses, and the small rented rooms of the poor, mattresses were far simpler and far rougher. Many were filled not with feathers, but with straw, chaff, or coarse wool. The straw mattress, known as a palliasse, was cheap to make and easy to replace when it began to smell of damp or decay. Its ticking was coarse, its comfort minimal, yet it served its purpose to lift the sleeper from the cold floor, and to hold what warmth could be kept. Somewhere between these two extremes lay the horsehair mattress, the quiet workhorse of the Victorian bed. Durable, resilient, and moderately comfortable, it was the choice of respectable middle-class households. Horsehair mattresses could be brushed, beaten, and reshaped, lasting decades if properly maintained. They were considered healthy and airy, less likely to harbor the pests that plagued featherbeds. Thus, even in rest, Victorians were neatly divided. Some slept in soft, fragrant down, while others lay on straw that rustled when they turned. The quiet industry beneath sleep behind every mattress. There was a chain of invisible labor. Feather merchants, upholsterers, stablemen, and seamstresses all played a role in crafting the beds of the nation. Goose feathers came from the eastern counties of England, where farms sold there down to traveling traders. Horsehair came from carriage works and tanneries, where tails and manes were collected, cleaned, and sorted by length and texture. Straw came from every harvest, abundant, cheap, and endlessly replaced. Upholsterers were the artisans of comfort. In workshops that smelled faintly of glue, polish, and wool, they layered materials with careful precision. The process was slow and entirely by hand. First, a coarse canvas base was stretched across a wooden frame. Then came the stuffing, handful by handful, each layer beaten down with flat wooden mallets to achieve even firmness. The upholsterer would then stitch through the entire thickness of the mattress, forming tufts that prevented the filling from shifting. Finally, the edges were bound with cord, the seams double, and the finished product tested by sitting, pressing, and occasionally lying upon it. For horsehair mattresses, the work required extra skill. The hair had to be boiled, washed in soap, and dried in open air to remove grease and odor. Once carded and curled, it behaved like springs, holding its shape and elasticity. A well-made horsehair mattress could, and often did, outlive its owner. There was pride in such craftsmanship, though little recognition. Upholsterers' apprentices worked long hours, breathing in dust and fibers, stitching by candlelight. But their creations, hidden beneath sheets and blankets, shaped the private comfort of thousands. The hygiene question. Victorian Britain was a nation at war with dirt. From soap advertisements to sanitary reform, cleanliness became a kind of moral duty. Yet for all the talk of purity, mattresses remained a problem no one liked to discuss too openly. Featherbeds, in particular, were difficult to keep clean. The down-trapped sweat, oils, and, occasionally, pests. Bedbugs, that eternal companion of the human sleeper, thrived in the warmth of tightly packed feathers. They slipped through seams and nested deep within ticking. Servants were instructed to search the joins with candles or hot flat irons, and to sprinkle beds with camphor or vinegar to drive the creatures out. The lower classes had fewer defenses. In crowded lodging houses, straw mattresses were replaced only when they became unbearable. Inspectors in London's poorer districts described foul ticking sacks, blackened with years of use, filled with damp straw that smelled of mildew. The reformers, horrified, called for legislation requiring clean bedding, though such laws were rarely enforced. Even in respectable homes, hygiene demanded constant vigilance. Feather beds were sent outdoors for airing on sunny days, often draped over garden fences or balcony rails. Horsehair mattresses were prized because they could be unstitched, the hair washed and replaced. The more scientific Victorians even began to discuss the ventilation of the bed, recommending slatted frames instead of solid boards, so that air might circulate beneath the sleeper. It was not uncommon to find medical advice, columns in Victorian newspapers recommending that families expose their mattresses to the purifying effects of sunlight. Yet, in rainy Britain, that was easier said than done. The mattress as a living object, there is a curious intimacy to a Victorian mattress, not just as an object of comfort, but as a witness to time. A feather bed might hold decades of use, its filling bearing traces of every sleeper who had lain upon it. Over years, the feathers broke down, compacted, and shifted, forming hollows and ridges that mapped the body's favorite sleeping positions. In poorer households, mattresses were patched and restuffed endlessly. When straw grew old, it was burned, and new straw laid in. When the ticking tore, it was mended with whatever cloth was at hand. In some families, mattresses were passed down, a strange inheritance, practical but faintly unsettling. Upholsterers sometimes spoke of reviving old beds, opening the ticking, removing the compacted filling, and replacing it with new material. For featherbeds, this process might take days. The feathers were aired, sorted, and returned, freshened with lavender or rosemary. In horsehair mattresses, the filling could be washed and combed like hair, restoring its spring. Such maintenance was not merely practical. It was part of domestic ritual. To turn the bed or air the ticking was a phrase known to every housekeeper. It represented not just hygiene but care, the invisible labor of ensuring the family's rest. The influence of science and society. By the late Victorian period, science began to take an interest in sleep and posture. Medical journals discussed orthopedic bedding, claiming that poor quality mattresses could cause spinal deformities or indigestion. Inventors, ever eager to sell novelty, introduced new designs: iron spring mattresses, air-filled cushions, and even adjustable beds. The spring mattress, first developed in the mid-19th century, was hailed as a triumph of comfort and modernity. Yet many traditionalists distrusted it. The rhythmic squeak of the springs, they said, was unwholesome. Queen Victoria herself was said to prefer a firm horsehair mattress, a detail noted in countless newspapers and advertisements. When the monarch's habits became public, sales of horsehair bedding rose noticeably. If it was good enough for the queen, it was certainly good enough for the middle class. And so, by the 1880s, the great transition was underway. The mattress was no longer merely stuffed, it was engineered. Comfort became a science, a quiet revolution beneath the sheets. Nighttime in a Victorian bedroom. To understand the mattress fully, one must imagine it in its setting, a typical Victorian bedroom. The room would have been dimly lit by a single candle or an oil lamp, casting long shadows across wallpaper patterned with ivy or ferns. The bed itself stood as the centerpiece, high, heavy, and draped. Climbing into it was often a small ceremony, removing slippers, drawing back the counterpane, smoothing the sheet in winter. The straw palliasse rustled faintly beneath coarse blankets. In summer, the featherbed could feel too warm, trapping heat in its soft depths. The sleeper might toss and turn, adjusting to find a cooler patch. And always, beneath the surface, the materials shifted slightly, straw compressing, feathers rustling, horsehair springing back, each sound a whisper of craftsmanship, of the hands that built and maintained it. To sleep on such a bed was to lie, quite literally, on the labor of others. By the late 19th century, as the hum of cities grew louder and street lamps began to replace candles, the midnight doctor's world began to change. The horse-drawn carriage still rattled over cobblestones, but the pace of life was shifting, subtly and steadily. New medical schools were emerging in Europe and America, and among their many curiosities, digestion, sanitation, nerve health, the subject of sleep, began, at last, to draw attention. It had taken centuries to get there. For much of human history, sleep was treated as a mystery best left alone. Physicians advised, Theologians moralized, and common people simply endured their wakefulness or exhaustion as part of life. But now, under the dim light of gas lamps and the steady ticking of clocks, doctors began to ask new kinds of questions. Why did people sleep in two phases, first sleep and second sleep? Why did city dwellers report more sleeplessness than those in the countryside? And, perhaps most pressing of all, could sleeplessness be cured without a physician's midnight visit? In the 1860s and 1870s, small groups of physicians began to keep sleep diaries of their patients, a quiet revolution in itself. One of the earliest to do so was Dr. George Beard of New York, who coined the term neurasthenia. It described, he believed, a nervous exhaustion brought on by the modern world railways, telegrams, business schedules, the unending pace of industrial life. To Beard, insomnia was not a moral failing nor a passing ailment. It was the body's protest, a physical reaction to the invisible overstimulation of progress. His patients were mostly clerks, teachers, and middle-class men and women who had little time to rest and even less time to relax. He prescribed rest cures and mild tonics, advising his patients to retreat from the city when possible. In London, meanwhile, Dr. John Addington Symonds began to notice a different pattern. Among his patients, particularly women, sleeplessness was often linked to emotional exhaustion, grief, or the strain of household labor. He suggested regular routines, warm milk before bed, and reading aloud, not for moral edification, but for rhythm. His notes mention one patient who found sleep only after her husband's nightly reading of Robinson Crusoe, a steady, unexciting narrative that lulled her to rest better than any medicine could across Europe. Other doctors recorded similar observations. In Paris, Dr. Jean-Baptiste Charcot began to study hysteria and its effects on sleep. In Vienna, young Sigmund Freud, then a medical student, grew fascinated by the strange link between dreams and the waking mind, though his work would later transform psychology entirely. His early fascination was with sleeplessness, with why the mind refused to rest. All of this was still, in essence, the domain of the midnight doctor, but the midnight visits were being replaced by notebooks, data tables, and theories. From warm tonics to electric remedies, the 19th century drew to its end. The public fascination with electricity became inseparable from medicine. Electric belts, galvanic headbands, and sleep-inducing coils were advertised widely. They promised to calm the nerves, balance the mind, and restore the natural repose of the body. These were, by and large, pseudo-scientific, but they marked an important shift. People were now thinking of sleep as something that could be studied, manipulated, and improved. Dr. William Hammond, a neurologist in New York, wrote in 1869, "Sleep is not merely the absence of waking, it is a physiological state, a function of the brain, susceptible to disorder, and, in turn, to treatment." That simple sentence, a function of the brain, was radical. For centuries, sleep had been thought to rest in the heart, the blood, or even the soul. Now, the idea that the brain itself might control rest began to reshape medicine. Electricity, though crude, was seen as a key. Some doctors used gentle currents to stimulate sleep centers. Others recommended magnetized pillows or beds. Though ineffective, they reflected a growing recognition. Sleeplessness was not sin or weakness, but a condition, one that might, someday be understood with the rise of hospitals and structured clinics. The figure of the midnight doctor, once indispensable, began to fade. Patients were encouraged to come to the doctor, not the other way around. In urban centers like London, the tradition of home visits declined sharply by the 1880s. Doctors, who once trudged through snow or fog to visit a patient at midnight, now spent their nights writing case notes or attending to the ill in hospital wards. Still, in rural areas, the midnight doctor persisted. A single physician might serve an entire county, traveling by lantern light through muddy roads to deliver babies, attend fevers, or simply sit beside a patient who could not sleep. These visits often became something more than medical. A conversation, a story, a cup of tea shared by the bedside. These were moments of quiet humanity. Letters from the period record such details. One Welsh farmer wrote of his local doctor. "He came at night and sat by me for an hour. He said little, but somehow I slept when he was there." It is difficult, in modern terms, to measure the medical value of such presence, but perhaps it was precisely that calm, unhurried company that worked best of all. The birth of sleep laboratories by the 1890s. The scientific study of sleep had begun in earnest. In Germany, physiologists like Ernst Kohlscheder and Wilhelm Griesinger began measuring reaction times and brain waves. Using early electrical instruments, they recorded what happened in the body during rest, the slowing of the pulse, the shallowing of breath, the steady rhythm of the eyes beneath the lids. Kohlscheder, in particular, was fascinated by what he called Schlafert, sleep depth. He conducted careful experiments, measuring how icily people awoke at different hours of the night. His conclusion was simple but profound. Sleep came in cycles. Deep sleep first, then lighter phases, then dreams. He had no way of knowing it yet, but his measurements were the first steps toward what we now call REM sleep. These findings trickled slowly into medical education. By the early 20th century, sleep, once a vague human need, was beginning to be seen as a biological rhythm. The era of the midnight doctor had given way to the laboratory scientist, but their goal was the same: to help weary minds find rest. Despite the advances of science, many old rituals persisted. People still warmed their beds with bricks or pans, still took their hot milk and valerian tonics, still read dull sermons or moral essays aloud before sleep. The Victorian domestic world was slow to surrender its comforts. Even as the outside world became modern, new products filled this niche. Advertisements for soothing syrups, sleep powders, and night tablets promised a rest free of dreams. Many tragically contained opiates, morphine or laudanum, and led to dependence. The stories of quiet addiction that followed are another history altogether. Yet, in many ways, these routines, herbal tonics, quiet reading, dim light, reflected intuitions that modern science would later validate. A cool room, gentle ritual, limited stimulation, all of these are still recommended today. So when the midnight doctor stopped coming, the rituals remained. A lamp left low, a kettle on the hearth, a blanket folded with care. The patient became their own caretaker of rest. Imagine, for a moment, one such night near the end of the century. The doctor, now older, stands by the door of a narrow terraced house in Leeds. His bag is worn, his spectacles slightly bent. Inside, the patient an elderly woman, sits upright by the fire, her eyes half closed. She has complained of sleeplessness for weeks, unable to find peace even in her quiet home. He speaks gently, examines her pulse, and then, without prescribing much, simply says, "Perhaps, Mrs. Bailey, it is not sleep you have lost, only the way to it." He leaves behind a small bottle of valerian drops and a folded note of instructions. Cool room, no tea after dusk. Read something dull. No worries about sleep itself. Outside, the city hums, factories, rail whistles, the faint hiss of gaslight. The doctor walks away, lanterns swaying in the fog. This may be his last house call. In a few years, such visits will seem old-fashioned, inefficient, even quaint. But for now, under the pale Victorian moon, the midnight doctor still walks, steady, methodical, unhurried, keeping vigil over the sleepless reflection. The legacy of the midnight doctor, the story of the midnight doctor, is, at its heart, the story of how humanity learned to take its rest seriously. It began with superstition and moral lectures, the idea that sleeplessness was weakness or punishment. It evolved into care and ritual, warm milk, quiet talk, herbal infusions. And then, slowly, it became science, charts, measurements, laboratories. Each stage, in its own way, sought the same thing, a calm night. Even now, in an age of glowing screens and 24-hour clocks, we find ourselves circling back to those older lessons: dim lights, quiet rooms, steady breath. Perhaps the midnight doctor's wisdom never truly left us. It simply changed form, and so the long tradition of helping others sleep continues, not through house calls or horse-drawn visits, but through quiet voices and gentle reminders that rest, though elusive, can still be found. The question remains, in a world brighter and noisier than ever before, what would the midnight doctor prescribe for us now? Today, when we picture a Victorian bed, we imagine lace canopies and fine linens. But beneath that elegance lay a living, breathing thing, one that required tending, patience, and time. The mattress was both personal and public, hidden from sight, yet intimately tied to social status and domestic pride. It absorbed the nightly weight of lives long gone, holding their warmth and shape long after they rose for the day. And so, when you picture a 19th century bedroom, quiet, candlelit, its curtains drawn against the London fog, remember that the heart of it all was not the mahogany frame or embroidered pillow, but the humble mattress beneath. It was, in its way, a companion to history, a resting place for dreams, for fatigue, and for the endless striving of a society learning, at last, how to rest in comfort. To live in a Victorian household was to live within a constant rhythm of domestic maintenance, the sweeping, polishing, laundering, scrubbing, and dusting that kept civilization from collapsing under its own soot. Yet, among the many chores that filled a household schedule, one of the most peculiar and often overlooked was the turning of the mattress. It was not a small task. In an age when mattresses were heavy, hand-sewn, and filled with dense natural materials, turning them was a form of weekly ritual, equal parts cleanliness, superstition, and science. Housewives, maids, and chamber servants believed that neglecting the mattress was to invite sickness, bad dreams, or even, as some quaintly warned, restlessness of the mind. This was not merely poetic fancy. The Victorians, in their deeply practical way, understood that sleep comfort was fragile. Feathers compacted, horsehair settled, straw decomposed. Without care, a bed could lose its shape within months. But with diligence, a mattress could endure for decades, becoming a trusted companion to generations of sleepers. And so, week after week, the ritual continued. Beds stripped bare, windows opened to the faint chill of English air, and the quiet business of turning began. The weekly ritual of the bedderly on a Saturday morning. A Victorian house would stir with the slow rustle of domestic labor. In the upper floors, the housemaids began their rounds. They wore aprons of sturdy linen and often tied their sleeves back with string. The first task was to remove the bedding, the sheets, blankets, and coverlets, all carried off to be aired or washed. Then came the mattress itself. It had to be lifted, shaken, and flipped, ideally from top to bottom and side to side. This process redistributed the filling, prevented uneven wear, and allowed fresh air to circulate. Household manuals were explicit about this duty. Mrs. Beeton's Book of Household Management, 1861, instructed, every mattress should be turned once a week, and in summer twice, to prevent uneven pressure and the accumulation of damp. Feather beds especially must be well shaken and aired in the open air whenever the weather will permit. For the working classes, who might sleep on straw mattresses or palasses, the process was simpler but more frequent. Straw compressed quickly and had to be replaced entirely every few months. The sound of straw being shaken, that dry, whispering rustle, was a familiar noise in cottages and tenements across Britain when fresh straw was needed. Families often took the old stuffing to barns or outbuildings where it was burned or composted. The smell, faintly sweet and smoky, marked the change of seasons as much as anything else in wealthier homes. The same principle applied, though with greater ceremony. The best feather beds were aired in the garden, a curious sight to passing strangers, as great white clouds of bedding hung from balcony rails and hedges. In London, this practice was so common that newspapers occasionally complained of unsightly domestic displays, visible from the street. Yet to a Victorian eye, there was something respectable, even virtuous, in such scenes. A well-ventilated bed meant moral order, the physical manifestation of cleanliness and care. The housemaid's daily duties, though often invisible to her employers, were acts of quiet expertise. Every morning, before the family descended to breakfast, she entered each bedroom to make up the bed. This required not only strength but precision. The mattress had to be smoothed evenly, the sheets pulled tight, and the corners neatly folded. Feather beds, in particular, were tricky. Too much shaking, and the feathers clumped. Too little, and they matted flat. There were techniques passed from one maid to another. How to beat a mattress without tearing the ticking. How to roll the feathers by hand to restore loft. And how to keep the edges from sagging. For horsehair mattresses, brushing was essential. The ticking, often made of striped cotton or linen, collected dust that could dull its color or harbor mites. A clean brush and a strong arm kept it bright and firm. Servants' manuals sometimes included small superstitions alongside practical advice. One popular belief held that a mattress should never be turned in the evening, for doing so would trap the day's troubles beneath the sheets. morning, when the sun was up and the air clear, was the only proper time. It may seem quaint now, but such habits reflected a deeper truth, that comfort was not automatic. It had to be maintained by hand and by habit every single day. The great restuffing. No mattress, however carefully tended, lasted forever. Sooner or later, the day would come when its contents had to be emptied, cleaned, or replaced in the countryside. This was often a communal task. Families would gather in the yard on a sunny day, open the ticking, and release the filling into the breeze. Feathers would swirl through the air like pale snow. The children were usually warned to stay away, both for cleanliness and because the task demanded patience. The feathers were then spread on sheets, aired, and beaten gently to remove dust. Sunlight acted as a natural disinfectant. Once dry, they were returned to the mattress, along with fresh lavender, camphor, or dried herbs to keep away insects. Horsehair required a different process. The filling was unrolled, washed in soap and hot water, and then laid out to dry, sometimes stretched on wooden racks in the garden. Once dried, the hair was carded with metal combs to separate and fluff it, restoring its elasticity. The clean hair was then stuffed back into the ticking, beaten down evenly, and retufted with heavy needles. An upholsterer's skill was often called upon for such work, especially in wealthier homes. The process could take several days, during which the family might sleep on temporary bedding, sometimes mattresses stuffed with straw or flock, a coarse mixture of cotton and wool scraps. When the newly revived mattress was brought back, it was treated almost like a new purchase. It smelled faintly of soap, herbs, and sun, and its firmness reminded the sleeper of how comfortable a bed could be when properly cared for. The domestic science of sleep. By the mid-19th century, domestic science had become a fashionable field. Middle-class women were encouraged to learn not just how to maintain a household, but why things were done as they were. Hygiene and comfort became matters of rational study. Medical writers published pamphlets on topics like the proper conditions of sleep and the health of the bedroom. They warned against overcrowded beds, poor ventilation, and the use of damp bedding. They also advised periodic restuffing of mattresses to avoid vapors caused by organic decay. One pamphlet from 1878 declared, "A bed, neglected for many years, becomes an unwholesome receptacle of exhalations and moisture. Its air is as stale as that of a closed cellar." This sort of language, dramatic but persuasive, encouraged a new seriousness about sleep hygiene. The simple act of turning or airing a mattress became a point of moral and medical duty. To care for the bed was to care for the self. By the 1880s, even advertisements reflected this change. Mattress companies marketed their products not only as comfortable, but as sanitary. Horsehair, in particular, was sold as impervious to vermin and restorative to the body's natural alignment. The very vocabulary of rest was changing. Sleep was no longer just a nightly surrender, but a measurable, improvable state of health. The smells of sleep. It is difficult now to imagine the smells of a Victorian bedroom. For better and for worse, a freshly turned mattress might smell faintly of soap, lavender, or camphor, but an old, neglected one could carry years of accumulated life, dust, perspiration, smoke, even soot from nearby fireplaces. The Victorians, acutely aware of scent, used every means available to control it. Small linen sachets filled with herbs were tucked between sheets or inside ticking seams. Sprigs of lavender, thyme, or rosemary were traditional, their fragrance thought to calm the nerves and repel pests. In wealthier homes, perfumed powders were sprinkled over mattresses and sheets, particularly before guests arrived. Camphor, though medicinal and pungent, was especially popular, believed to purify the air and prevent sleep fevers. Some households even used vinegar or diluted spirits to wipe down ticking, though this risked fading the fabric. In poorer rooms, where open fires and close quarters made cleanliness harder to maintain, strong smells were a fact of life. Still, there was a certain comfort in the familiar scent of one's own bed, the mingling of wool, straw, and human warmth. The Victorians did not speak much of it, but they understood. Every bed carried the history of its sleeper, recorded in texture and scent alike, the first spring of modern comfort. Today, when we picture a Victorian bed, we imagine lace canopies and fine linens. But beneath that elegance lay a living, breathing thing, one that required tending, patience, and time. The mattress was both personal and public, hidden from sight, yet intimately tied to social status and domestic pride. It absorbed the nightly weight of lives long gone, holding their warmth and shape long after they rose for the day. And so, when you picture a 19th century bedroom, quiet, candlelit, its curtains drawn against the London fog, remember that the heart of it all was not the mahogany frame or embroidered pillow, but the humble mattress beneath. It was, in its way, a companion to history, a resting place for dreams, for fatigue, and for the endless striving of a society learning, at last, how to rest in comfort. To live in a Victorian household was to live within a constant rhythm of domestic maintenance, the sweeping, polishing, laundering, scrubbing, and dusting that kept civilization from collapsing under its own soot. Yet among the many chores that filled a household schedule, one of the most peculiar and often overlooked was the turning of the mattress. It was not a small task. In an age when mattresses were heavy, hand-sewn, and filled with dense, natural materials, turning them was a form of weekly ritual, equal parts cleanliness, superstition, and science. Housewives, maids, and chamber servants believed that neglecting the mattress was to invite sickness, bad dreams, or even, as some quaintly warned, restlessness of the mind. This was not merely poetic fancy. The Victorians, in their deeply practical way, understood that sleep comfort was fragile. Feathers compacted, horsehair settled, straw decomposed. Without care, a bed could lose its shape within months. But with diligence, a mattress could endure for decades, becoming a trusted companion to generations of sleepers. And so, week after week, the ritual continued. Beds stripped bare, windows opened to the faint chill of English air, and the quiet business of turning began. Early on a Saturday morning, a Victorian house would stir with the slow rustle of domestic labor. In the upper floors, the housemaids began their rounds. They wore aprons of sturdy linen and often tied their sleeves back with string. The first task was to remove the bedding, the sheets, blankets, and coverlets, all carried off to be aired or washed. Then came the mattress itself. It had to be lifted, shaken, and flipped, ideally from top to bottom and side to side. This process redistributed the filling, prevented uneven wear, and allowed fresh air to circulate. Household manuals were explicit about this duty. Mrs. Beeton's Book of Household Management, 1861, instructed every mattress should be turned once a week, and in summer twice, to prevent uneven pressure and the accumulation of damp. Feather beds, especially, must be well shaken and aired in the open air whenever the weather will permit. For the working classes, who might sleep on straw mattresses or palliasses, the process was simpler but more frequent. Straw compressed quickly and had to be replaced entirely every few months. The sound of straw being shaken, that dry, whispering rustle, was a familiar noise in cottages and tenements across Britain. When fresh straw was needed, families often took the old stuffing to barns or outbuildings, where it was burned or composted. The smell, faintly sweet and smoky, marked the change of seasons as much as anything else. In wealthier homes, the same principle applied, though with greater ceremony. The best feather beds were aired in the garden, a curious sight to passing strangers. As great white clouds of bedding hung from balcony rails and hedges. In London, this practice was so common that newspapers occasionally complained of unsightly domestic displays visible from the street. Yet to a Victorian eye there was something respectable, even virtuous, in such scenes. A well-ventilated bed meant moral order, the physical manifestation of cleanliness and care. The housemaid's daily duties, though often invisible to her employers, were acts of quiet expertise. Every morning, before the family descended to breakfast, she entered each bedroom to make up the bed. This required not only strength but precision. The mattress had to be smoothed evenly, the sheets pulled tight, and the corners neatly folded. Feather beds, in particular, were tricky. Too much shaking, and the feathers clumped. Too little, and they matted flat. There were techniques passed from one maid to another. How to beat a mattress without tearing the ticking. How to roll the feathers by hand to restore loft, and how to keep the edges from sagging. For horsehair mattresses, brushing was essential. The ticking, often made of striped cotton or linen, collected dust that could dull its color or harbor mites. A clean brush and a strong arm kept it bright and firm. Servants' manuals sometimes included small superstitions alongside practical advice. One popular belief held that a mattress should never be turned in the evening, for doing so would trap the day's troubles beneath the sheets. Morning, when the sun was up and the air clear, was the only proper time. It may seem quaint now, but such habits reflected a deeper truth, that comfort was not automatic. It had to be maintained by hand and by habit every single day. No mattress, however carefully tended, lasted forever. Sooner or later, the day would come when its contents had to be emptied, cleaned, or replaced. In the countryside, this was often a communal task. Families would gather in the yard on a sunny day, open the ticking, and release the filling into the breeze. Feathers would swirl through the air like pale snow. The children were usually warned to stay away, both for cleanliness and because the task demanded patience. The feathers were then spread on sheets, aired, and beaten gently to remove dust. Sunlight acted as a natural disinfectant. Once dry, they were returned to the mattress, along with fresh lavender, camphor, or dried herbs to keep away insects. Horsehair required a different process. The filling was unrolled, washed in soap and hot water, and then laid out to dry, sometimes stretched on wooden racks in the garden. Once dried, the hair was carded with metal combs to separate and fluff it, restoring its elasticity. The clean hair was then stuffed back into the ticking, beaten down evenly, and retufted with heavy needles. An upholsterer's skill was often called upon for such work, especially in wealthier homes. The process could take several days, during which the family might sleep on temporary bedding, sometimes mattresses stuffed with straw or flock, a coarse mixture of cotton and wool scraps. When the newly revived mattress was brought back, it was treated almost like a new purchase. It smelled faintly of soap, herbs, and sun, and its firmness reminded the sleeper of how comfortable a bed could be when properly cared for. By the mid-19th century, domestic science had become a fashionable field. Middle-class women were encouraged to learn not just how to maintain a household, but why things were done as they were. Hygiene and comfort became matters of rational study. Medical writers published pamphlets on topics like the proper conditions of sleep and the health of the bedroom. They warned against overcrowded beds, poor ventilation, and the use of damp bedding. They also advised periodic restuffing of mattresses to avoid vapors caused by organic decay. One pamphlet from 1878 declared, "A bed, neglected for many years, becomes an unwholesome receptacle of exhalations and moisture. Its air is as stale as that of a closed cellar." This sort of language, dramatic but persuasive, encouraged a new seriousness about sleep hygiene. The simple act of turning or airing a mattress became a point of moral and medical duty. To care for the bed was to care for the self. By the 1880s, even advertisements reflected this change. Mattress companies marketed their products not only as comfortable, but as sanitary. Horsehair, in particular, was sold as impervious to vermin and restorative to the body's natural alignment. The very vocabulary of rest was changing. Sleep was no longer just a nightly surrender, but a measurable, improvable state of health. The smells of sleep. It is difficult now to imagine the smells of a Victorian bedroom, for better and for worse. A freshly turned mattress might smell faintly of soap, lavender, or camphor, but an old, neglected one could carry years of accumulated life, dust, perspiration, smoke, even soot from nearby fireplaces. The Victorians, acutely aware of scent, used every means available to control it. Small linen sachets filled with herbs were tucked between sheets or inside ticking seams. Sprigs of lavender, thyme, or rosemary were traditional, their fragrance thought to calm the nerves and repel pests. In wealthier homes, perfumed powders were sprinkled over mattresses and sheets, particularly before guests arrive. Camphor, though medicinal and pungent, was especially popular, believed to purify the air and prevent sleep fevers. Some households even used vinegar or diluted spirits to wipe down ticking, though this risked fading the fabric. In poorer rooms, where open fires and close quarters made cleanliness harder to maintain, strong smells were a fact of life. Still, there was a certain comfort in the familiar scent of one's own bed, the mingling of wool, straw, and human warmth. The Victorians did not speak much of it, but they understood. Every bed carried the history of its sleeper, recorded in texture and scent alike. As the century advanced, the art of mattress care began to evolve. The invention of the coil spring in the 1860s introduced a new kind of durability, one that required less frequent turning and restuffing. Early spring mattresses were often handmade, with coils stitched individually into pockets. They were expensive but long-lasting, a marvel of industrial craftsmanship. Advertisements boasted that they defied compression and retained their shape for 20 years. For housemaids and upholsterers alike, this was both a blessing and a loss. The weekly turning ritual, once essential, became less necessary. The rhythmic beating and fluffing of feathers gave way to a quieter routine of brushing and dusting. By the 1890s, furniture catalogs proudly displayed hybrid designs, horsehair layered atop steel coils, or springs encased in wool. Comfort was now a science of precision rather than maintenance. Yet many Victorians, particularly the older generation, mistrusted this new technology. They spoke of the metallic rest and complained that the new beds lacked warmth. For them, there was something alive about the old ways: the rustle of straw, the sigh of feathers, the scent of herbs. Progress, as always, had its own kind of loneliness. With industrialization came the decline of the upholsterer's art. Factories began to produce mattresses in standard sizes and materials, reducing the need for custom work. The pride of hand-stitched seams and balanced filling gave way to machine precision. Apprentices who once spent years mastering the craft found their trade diminished. By the dawn of the 20th century, the great household mattress, tended by maids, restuffed by artisans, aired in gardens, was giving way to a modern commodity. Yet something was lost in that transition. The connection between human hands and nightly rest, between care and comfort, faded into anonymity. The bed became just another product, and with it disappeared the quiet rituals that had shaped domestic life for generations. The shaking of feathers in sunlight, the scent of drying straw, the housemaid's early morning rhythm as she turned each bed with practiced grace. A mattress was not disposable. It was an object to be tended, respected, and even loved. It carried the memory of countless nights, illnesses, and recoveries, the physical trace of living. Each turning, each restuffing, was an act of renewal, a reminder that comfort did not come easily but had to be earned through care. When we picture the soft beds of the past, it is easy to imagine luxury, but in truth, those comforts were handmade and hard-won, as full of labor as they were of feathers or straw. And perhaps that is why they mattered so much. The effort itself gave the bed meaning today. When we replace our mattresses every decade without thought, we might wonder what the Victorians would say. They might ask, "Have you turned it lately? Have you given it air? Do you treat your rest as something worth tending?" The question, like the ritual, remains as gentle and persistent as ever. It began, as many revolutions do, not with a grand proclamation, but with a practical complaint. These beds sag. Throughout the mid-19th century, upholsterers and householders alike faced the same problem. No matter how carefully one turned, fluffed, or refilled a mattress, gravity and time were relentless. Feathers settled, straw compacted, horsehair lost its spring. Enter the dream of a self-supporting bed, one that would not depend on daily maintenance, but instead on the reliable bounce of metal. The introduction of the steel coil spring into mattress design marked one of the most quietly transformative moments in Victorian domestic life. It did not happen overnight, nor was it universally welcomed, but it changed, quite literally, the way people rested. Early experiments, the metal underworld, the idea of springs beneath a sleeper wasn't new. As early as the 1820s, inventors were experimenting with spring-based chairs and carriage seats. Travelers appreciated the resilience of metal, how it softened jolts and bumps, without needing to be restuffed constantly. Furniture makers soon wondered if a spring could ease a carriage ride. Might it not also improve a night's sleep? Early designs were crude, thick coils bound together beneath wooden frames, producing more creaks than comfort. But the Industrial Revolution had given craftsmen a new tool: high-tensile steel, both flexible and durable. By the 1860s, patents began to appear for what would become the modern innerspring mattress. 1865, advertisement proudly proclaimed, "No more lumpy straw, no more sagging beds. The elastic rest gives perpetual support and cool repose." Still, adoption was slow. Metal was expensive, and most households were suspicious of sleeping atop machinery. Working-class families, accustomed to replacing straw cheaply, saw little reason to invest in something so mechanical. Even some doctors warned that the metallic structure might interfere with the natural magnetism of the body. And so, for several decades, the spring bed remained a curiosity, admired, debated, but rarely embraced. The layered bed, compromise, and craft to bridge old habits with new invention. Upholsterers began producing hybrid mattresses, layers of horsehair or flock resting atop a network of springs. This combination retained the familiar softness of traditional fillings while offering better support. Household guides described these beds with something approaching wonder. One 1872 article in the Queen's Magazine of Domestic Art noted, "The modern bed, with its interior of coils, offers the sleeper a sensation most novel, a firmness that yields, a resistance that comforts." It was, in essence, the beginning of the modern comfort philosophy: support paired with softness, technology tempered by tradition. But even as manufacturers innovated, many Victorians clung to their beloved featherbed. These represented more than comfort. They symbolized warmth, luxury, and domestic continuity. A good featherbed was often passed down through generations, restuffed and repaired until it became almost a family heirloom. The spring bed, by contrast, felt impersonal, cold, industrial, and new. It lacked the sentimental weight of something made by hand and filled with the feathers of one's own geese. For a time, both worlds coexisted. The modern and the old shared the same bedrooms, the airy horsehair atop the creaking spring, the soft feather quilt above the cold steel frame. As with most Victorian innovations, class determined adoption. In the great country houses, the newest bedding technologies arrived first. Wealthy families, ever eager to demonstrate refinement, purchased spring bedsteads from London upholsterers at considerable cost. Guests were sometimes shown these marvels as if they were scientific instruments, but below stairs. In servants' quarters and modest homes, the old ways persisted. Straw mattresses and flock beds remained the norm well into the 1880s. Even hospitals and boarding schools relied on straw palliasses, cheap and easily replaced. There was also a moral undertone to this divide. Some reformers warned that over-soft bedding encouraged laziness and excessive repose. In 1879, A pamphlet from the Society for the Promotion of Health and Temperance sternly advised, the body should not sink into indulgence. A firm bed promotes vigor, while a too-cushioned repose breeds moral and physical weakness. Thus, for a time, comfort itself became suspect, a temptation of the industrial age, perhaps even a sign of moral decline. Still, progress crept onward, quietly, coil by coil. By the 1880s, mattress making had become a thriving trade. Companies such as Vispring, Simmons, and E.G. Harris and Sons began standardizing the spring coil into factory production. For the first time, beds could be mass-produced to consistent dimensions, a remarkable shift from the handmade irregularities of earlier decades. This standardization also gave rise to the mattress showroom, where customers could test the firmness of various models. Advertisements became a kind of sleep poetry. The tired brain finds solace in the spring, one proclaimed. Each coil cradles, each layer breathes. Manufacturers promise not just comfort, but modernity. A spring mattress was a symbol of progress, hygiene, and scientific living. The Victorians were beginning to think of sleep as something that could be engineered. Medical endorsements and the science of rest. By the late 19th century, doctors had joined the discussion. Medical journals published essays on the posture of sleep, alignment of the spine, and circulation. In the recumbent position, orthopedic specialists argued that sagging featherbeds contributed to back pain and poor breathing. The spring mattress, they claimed, offered even support and encouraged healthier posture. Hospitals soon adopted the new design for patient recovery wards. The rationale was simple. Springs distributed weight evenly, reducing the risk of bed sores and improving circulation. The tone of these endorsements carried a distinctly Victorian flavor, earnest, moral, and slightly dramatic. One physician wrote in 1891, "A bed that maintains firmness is a bed that sustains virtue." The languor of an oversoft couch leads to the same decline as an over-rich diet. For the middle classes, who followed medical advice with near religious attention, this was the final seal of approval. The spring bed was not just comfortable, it was respectable. By the 1890s, straw mattresses, once universal, had largely vanished from urban homes. Only rural cottages and travelers' inns still relied on them, and even there they were viewed as old-fashioned. The shift was practical as much as cultural. Straw was bulky, flammable, and prone to pests. Industrial materials like cotton flock, coir, and kapok offered lighter, cleaner alternatives. An 1898 issue of Household Words lamented with both nostalgia and relief the humble straw bed, with its rustic scent and homely rustle, has been driven from our houses by progress. We shall miss its simplicity, though not its itch. It was the end of an era, the quiet farewell of a centuries-old tradition. The Victorians had mastered the art of comfort through craft. Now, they were learning to replace it with machinery. The dream of the perfect bedazzled spring technology matured. Bed designers became increasingly ambitious. Some offered adjustable firmness, achieved by varying coil thickness. Others combined layers of wool, hair, and cotton to mimic the softness of feathers without the maintenance. Luxury models even included ventilation holes to keep the sleeper cool, a response to Victorian anxieties about night vapors and suffocating. bedding. At the 1889 Paris Exposition, a British manufacturer exhibited a bed described as a marvel of repose. It featured individually wrapped coils, layers of horsehair and felt, and a frame of polished brass. The judges awarded it a medal for ingenuity and hygiene. Within a decade, beds had become status symbols, gleaming metal frames supporting perfectly engineered comfort. The ornate wooden four-poster of early Victorian times gave way to simpler, cleaner designs. Brass and iron, polished to mirror brightness, spoke of progress and sanitation. The bedroom, once a space of heavy drapery and hidden dust, was being remade as a domain of light, order, and science. Nostalgia for the old sleep hand. There were voices of wistfulness. Writers and poets lamented the loss of the featherbed, that slow-sinking softness, that intimate warmth. In 1895, an essayist in the Cornhill magazine wrote, "There is a poetry in the featherbed which the spring cannot imitate. The one embraces, the other resists." Elderly Victorians sometimes kept their old beds until death, refusing the modern coil entirely. They saw it as one more intrusion of industry into domestic life, the machine entering even their dreams. In this tension between softness and science, between handcraft and mechanism, lay the quiet heart of the Victorian age itself. Every bed, no matter how modern, still carried the memory of the old, of straw and lavender, of hands that shook and turned and aired, of sleep that was earned, not engineered. Epilogue. The rest that built the future by the dawn of the 20th century. The bed had become both symbol and sanctuary, a place where comfort, technology, and hygiene met. The evolution from straw to spring mirrored the transformation of society itself, rural to industrial, handmade to manufactured. And yet, if a Victorian housemaid could step into a modern bedroom today, she would recognize something familiar in the ritual of rest. We still smooth our sheets. We still seek the right balance between firmness. We still treat the bed as something sacred, the boundary between wakefulness and dream. The materials may have changed, but the longing remains the same, the human desire for warmth, safety, and a night of unbroken sleep. The Victorians, with their feathers and horsehair and turning rituals, were not so far from us after all. They, too, were chasing that same quiet miracle, the feeling, just before sleep, that the world has softened enough to let us rest. The Victorian night was not always bright. Before the hiss of gas and the click of switches, the darkness of evening arrived like a soft, inevitable tide. Streets dimmed into shadows. Houses fell silent but for the crackle of fire, and candles flickered against polished glass. For centuries, night had been a boundary, the edge of human activity. People ate, prayed, and rested by firelight. And when the flame went out, so did the world. Then, in the early decades of the 19th century, light itself became mechanical. What had once been fleeting and intimate, the glow of a wick, the shimmer of a taper, was replaced by something steadier, stronger, and far more relentless. The world of sleep would never be the same. To understand how deeply gaslight transformed the night, you first have to imagine what came before. For most of human history, artificial light meant flame, fire in its many tamed forms. The rushlight, the tallow candle, and the oil lamp were the small technologies of domestic illumination. A rushlight was the simplest of all, a dried reed dipped in animal fat, which burned unevenly and gave a smoky, yellowish light. It was cheap but brief, often gone within half an hour. Poorer homes relied on them burning one at a time to stretch the supply. The wealthy, on the other hand, enjoyed the luxury of beeswax candles, brighter, cleaner, and longer lasting. A single beeswax candle could cost a day's wage for a servant. Such candles were often reserved for drawing rooms or parlors, where their honeyed glow reflected from mirrors and gilt frames. Oil lamps, using whale oil or olive oil, became common in the late 18th century. Their flame was steady, their scent strong. In cities, the smell of oil, soot, and smoke lingered in hallways long after the lamps were extinguished. Each of these forms of light carried its own rhythm, its own ritual. Candles had to be snuffed before bed, trimmed at intervals to keep the flame even. Lamps had to be filled, their wicks cleaned, their glass chimneys wiped of soot. Light was not a switch, it was a small act of labor, and so, when gaslight arrived, it must have seemed almost supernatural. The story begins around the turn of the 19th century. In 1807, London's Pall Mall became the first street in the world to be lit by gas. Spectators gathered to watch the transformation. Iron posts topped with glass lanterns, glowing steadily with a pale yellow flame. The light was strange, too even, too bright. Some people were delighted, others unnerved. Poets compared it to captured lightning. Within a few years, gaslight spread rapidly. Factories, theaters, and grand public buildings adopted it first, eager to extend working hours and draw evening crowds. Then, slowly, it began to enter private homes. Gaslight offered a new kind of control. No trimming, no smoke, no need to replace candles constantly. Turn a tap, strike a match, and there it was, instant, steady light. But there was a price. Gaslight burned with a faint hiss and an unmistakable odor, a sharp, chemical scent that filled the air. Early gas was made from coal, distilled in iron retorts, and piped through streets into homes. The process released not only light, but also an array of unpleasant byproducts: tar, sulfur, and ammonia. Leaks were common, and explosions not unheard of. Newspaper articles of the 1820s are full of accounts of accidental ignition and domestic calamity by vapor. Still, the allure was irresistible. To have gaslight was to be modern, to be illuminated, in both the literal and moral sense. As one London housewife wrote in her diary in 1831, "The gas burns late into the night, and we can read without straining the eyes. But I find the air thick, and my head aches after some hours." She was not alone. Doctors began to report an increase in insomnia, headaches, and nervous agitation among those who spent their evenings under gaslight. They blamed the heat, the dryness, and the subtle hum of flame. Yet, paradoxically, the same light that disturbed sleep also prolonged the hours before it. The working day lengthened, theaters stayed open later, and dinner parties stretched past midnight. Night, once a time of rest, became a continuation of day. Darkness was no longer a command to stop, only a suggestion to pause. For decades, gaslight and candlelight coexisted uneasily. Wealthy households often kept both gaslight for hallways and kitchens, candles for bedrooms and parlors. The reasons were partly practical. Gaslight, though bright, was also harsh. Its white cello glare revealed dust and imperfections that candlelight kindly concealed. Many people found it too exposing, preferring the gentler shimmer of wax, and so the two sources of light came to symbolize more than utility. They represented two different ways of life. Candlelight belonged to intimacy, reading, conversation, reflection. Gaslight belonged to progress, work, entertainment, public life. Writers noticed the change. Charles Dickens, ever attentive to the moods of the city, described London's gaslit streets as unholy bright, yet full of mystery. Artists complained that gaslight distorted colors, flattening the warmth of paintings and faces alike. But others praised its clarity. One essay in the Times from 1845 declared, "At last, we may live in perpetual day, free from the tyranny of night and the feebleness of the taper." That phrase, the tyranny of night, captures something of the Victorian mindset. Darkness had always carried a hint of danger, superstition, even sin. To light the night was to conquer it. In domestic life, gaslight changed not just what people saw, but how they behaved. Evening activities expanded. Families who once went to bed by 10 began to stay awake past midnight. Sewing, writing, reading, and conversation all stretched later into the night. Some housekeepers complained that servants now delayed their duties, lingering in the lighted kitchens long after hours. But the most profound transformation was architectural. Gaslight required pipes, hidden networks running beneath floors and behind walls. The modern home became an organism of metal veins, bringing fire to every room at the turn of a key. Ventilation became a new obsession. The same magazines that once gave advice on candle making now published warnings about vitiated air and the health hazards of confined combustion. Bedrooms were to remain dark. Gaslight, it consumed oxygen, after all, and too much could suffocate. So the old habit endured. In the room where people slept, candlelight remained supreme. There, the flame was not progress, but comfort, a small, living light to end the day. As cities grew brighter, sleep grew more elusive. Medical journals in the 1850s began to note a peculiar restlessness among urban dwellers. Patients complained of sleeplessness, irritability, and racing thoughts. Some doctors attributed it to overstimulation, too much light, too long a day. One London physician wrote in 1858, "Our patients report difficulty in sleep, not from noise or pain, but from brightness. The mind, too long exposed, refuses to dim." It was a subtle but profound insight. Humans, long governed by the sun, were suddenly freed from it, but also estranged from their own rhythms. And so, even as the city glittered with promise, a quiet rebellion stirred in bedrooms. People began to draw thicker curtains, to return to softer light, to seek once more the darkness they had banished. A candle's flicker, once a symbol of poverty, now felt like luxury, a retreat into calm, aesthetic backlash. The return of shadow. By the 1870s, the movement against harsh lighting had become something of an aesthetic crusade. Writers like John Ruskin and William Morris championed a return to natural materials and gentle illumination. The flicker of flame, they argued, carried a kind of moral beauty that machinery could never replicate. Whose workshops produced some of the most exquisite lampshades of the era, once wrote, "The soul is at peace in half-light. It is the glare of commerce that tires it." And so, in homes of taste and means, gaslight was softened. Glass globes were tinted amber or rose, lamps were shaded with silk, and the pressure of gas was reduced to create a warmer tone. Dark corners, once shunned, became desirable again. Artists painted by lamplight that glowed like sunset. Lovers and writers and insomniacs reclaimed the night as their own. The battle between gaslight and candlelight was never truly won. It merely changed shape by the 1890s. Electric light began to appear, promising a cleaner, safer brilliance. Gas companies resisted fiercely, launching advertising campaigns about the human warmth of flame versus the cold glare of electricity. For a while, the argument continued, but the outcome was inevitable. By the turn of the century, the glow of filaments began to replace the hiss of gas, and yet, even as technology advanced, the longing for softness, for gentle, golden light, never disappeared. The Victorians, despite their progress, never entirely gave up their affection for the flicker of a flame. Perhaps, beneath all the science and invention, they understood something simple, that the path to rest begins not in brightness, but in shadow. The story of gaslight is the story of a civilization learning to fear the dark, and then slowly remembering why it needed it. For centuries, sleep had come naturally with dusk, but once the night could be held at bay, people forgot how to surrender to it. The light that promised comfort became, in its excess, a thief of rest. Even now, in our age of blue screens and glowing cities, we live in the long shadow of that Victorian discovery that we can have endless light, but at the cost of peace. So, perhaps, before sleep, when we dim our lamps and draw our curtains, we are performing a quiet ritual older than we realize, reclaiming darkness, as our ancestors once did, not as fear, but as refuge. By the 1840s, gaslight had become a defining symbol of the modern Victorian city. Streets that had once been cloaked in mystery were now washed in an amber haze, every flicker of flame controlled by the turn of a brass tap. The darkness that had governed so much of pre-industrial life was being pushed back deliberately and with great pride. But for many Victorians, this sudden conquest of the night came at a cost that few had anticipated. The first gasworks were anything but glamorous, usually located on the outskirts of towns or along riverbanks. These facilities reeked of coal, tar, ammonia, and sulfur. The process of producing gas was crude and dirty. Coal was heated in vast retorts, its vapors condensed into liquid byproducts, and the remaining gas piped into mains that snaked beneath the cobblestone streets. By day, workers at the gasworks shoveled coal and scraped out residue in choking fumes. By night, they watched the city above them blaze like a constellation dot to the ordinary Londoner. However, the novelty of gaslight was undeniable. Shopkeepers found they could stay open later, and theater owners extended performances deep into the evening. Gentlemen's clubs gleamed like polished mirrors, their interiors now visible through broad curtained windows. And in drawing rooms across the city, respectable families installed gas chandeliers with intricate valves, luxuries that hissed softly as the evening settled in. The world, for the first time, was adjusting to the idea that night could be as productive as day. Still, gaslight was not without controversy. For one, it was expensive. The cost of connecting a home to a gas main was beyond the reach of most working families, and the light itself was often too bright for comfort. Unlike the soft, trembling glow of a candle or oil lamp, gaslight burned with an almost clinical intensity, revealing every imperfection in a person's complexion, every stain on a tablecloth. Writers complained that it stripped the evening of its mystery. Poets said it turned the moon into little more than decoration. In parlors and studies, many continued to prefer candlelight. It was gentler, more flattering, and less intrusive. Wax candles, though costly, had an elegance that gas jets could not match. A well-trimmed candle produced a slow, golden flame, steady and contemplative. There was a rhythm to its care, the snuffing of wicks, the gentle pooling of melted wax, the flicker that marked the end of its burn. In an age obsessed with progress, the candle remained an emblem of domestic stillness, but beyond questions of beauty and comfort lay deeper worries. The health effects of gaslight were soon impossible to ignore. Early gas fittings leaked regularly, and in closed rooms, they consumed oxygen rapidly. Complaints arose of headaches, faintness, and disturbed sleep. Women who spent long hours embroidering by gaslight reported eye strain. Children in gaslit classrooms suffered from persistent coughs. Doctors began to suspect that gaslight, especially in confined urban homes, was altering people's physiology, perhaps even their sleep patterns. Newspapers occasionally printed alarming reports. One London physician described a patient who suffered a dull torpor of the senses after sleeping in a poorly ventilated gaslit room. Others observed that city dwellers seemed to develop a chronic restlessness, inability to truly relax after dark. The culprit, they suspected, was the light itself. The body, long attuned to the cycles of dawn and dusk, was now exposed to hours of artificial brilliance. Where once the fading of the candle signaled time for rest, now the hiss of a gas jet kept the mind alert, and yet people were reluctant to give it up. Gaslight was modernity itself. It meant safety in the streets, bustling markets after sunset, and a sense that progress could be measured not just by invention, but by illumination. Municipal councils debated the ideal number of lamps per square mile. Gas companies competed fiercely, advertising purity of flame and steadiness of light, as though they were matters of moral virtue. For the working classes, however, gaslight remained a distant luxury. In most cottages and tenements, the evening glow still came from oil lamps or tallow candles, both smoky and prone to sputtering. Tallow, rendered from animal fat, emitted a distinctly unpleasant odor, while oil lamps required constant attention to prevent black soot from coating the walls. Some families mixed their own lamp oils from turpentine and fish oil, which burned unevenly and occasionally exploded. Fire brigades recorded countless incidents of curtains or bed linens catching alight from careless hands. Nevertheless, even the poorest households began to feel the cultural pull of illumination. Children were sent to fetch a penny's worth of light, a term referring to the small amount of oil or candle they could afford that day. The phrase entered everyday speech, proof that light itself had become a commodity, measured, rationed, and bought like food in rural districts. Where gas lines rarely reached, the glow of a window at night remained a sign of prosperity. Farmers' wives trimmed rushlights made of reeds dipped in animal fat, setting them in small iron holders that gave off a dim, uneven glow. The flame danced unpredictably, throwing long, soft shadows on the walls. To the modern observer, this might seem gloomy, but for the Victorians, it was comfort, the familiar, living pulse of firelight that tied them to their ancestors in the 1850s. Experiments in gaslight control began appearing in the pages of domestic magazines. Housewives were advised to reduce the brightness of their lamps before bedtime to encourage restfulness. "Let the last hour before sleep belong to dimness," wrote one commentator, "for too much light offends the nerves." Others recommended turning down the jets entirely and finishing the evening by compromise between luxury and tranquility. Thus began what some historians call the battle for darkness. It was not fought in parliaments or factories, but in bedrooms and parlors, between the desire for light and the human need for sleep. Diaries from the era show a growing fascination with darkness itself. Gentlemen recorded experiments in natural sleep, extinguishing all artificial light after sunset to test how the body responded. Some claimed to dream more vividly. Others reported feeling calmer in the morning. Darkness, it seemed, was not the enemy of progress, after all, but a forgotten ally. By the late 19th century, electric light was already beginning to challenge gaslight's dominance. The wealthy installed experimental arc lamps in their halls, vast contraptions that buzzed faintly and threw off a white, mechanical brilliance. For many, they were too harsh, too industrial, too cold, but the promise was clear. Light could soon be generated without smoke, flame, or danger. And with that, the debate over how much light was too much grew even louder. Still, most Victorians did not think in terms of electricity or innovation. They thought in terms of comfort, habit, and the nightly transition from wakefulness to rest. To them, the warm pool of gaslight in a quiet sitting room was not just illumination, it was civilization's lullaby, the steady hum of a modern world, learning how to sleep in spite of itself. But the question lingered in the air, as soft and persistent as the hiss of the lamps themselves. When the darkness retreats entirely, when the night is conquered by light, what happens to the quiet rhythm of rest that once came so naturally? By the 1880s, the warm, flickering heart of Victorian nights began to change once again. The soft flames of candlelight and the hissing glow of gas were no longer the only conquerors of darkness. A new kind of light, cold, steady, and eerily constant, was arriving to take their place. It did not smoke or flicker. It did not need tending. It hummed softly, and in its presence, night itself seemed to recede. This was electric light, and to many Victorians, it felt less like an invention and more like a quiet revolution against nature. In 1879, Thomas Edison's carbon filament lamp promised to make this new light available to homes and streets alike. Yet the first electric installations were neither quiet nor simple. The wires, thick as rope, ran along walls and ceilings, and the machinery required to power them rattled and hissed in basements. The light they produced was startling pure white, almost bluish, and entirely unlike the soft gold of gas or flame. It illuminated everything with equal precision. No shadows, no warmth, no movement. Some people loved it. The electric glow was a symbol of the future, of rationality and progress. It represented safety, control, and permanence. For factories and hospitals, the advantages were obvious: no open flame, no fumes, no smoke. Patients could be examined at night, and machines could run endlessly, untroubled by dusk. But in homes, the reaction was divided. Letters to newspapers described the light as unearthly, blinding, and fit for prisons rather than parlors. One woman in Manchester wrote that under electric light, her husband appeared pale as death, and the tea looked ghastly upon the table. Another lamented that her evenings, once spent in a cozy amber glow, now felt like sitting in daylight long after one's soul is tired of it. For centuries, night had been a boundary, an unspoken invitation to slow down, to retreat from the day's exertions. But electric light dissolved that boundary. Shops stayed open later. Offices expanded their hours. Railways scheduled more evening trains. And in bedrooms, where once the act of snuffing a candle marked the transition to rest, a simple switch now kept the night at bay. Sleep itself began to suffer. Doctors noticed an increase in patients complaining of nervous agitation and unquiet rest. A growing number of people reported lying awake for hours, their minds unable to settle. Some blamed the pace of modern life. Others, the bright white glare that now poured through curtains from the street lamps below. A London physician in 1894 published a curious pamphlet titled "The Influence of Artificial Illumination upon the Human Frame." In it, he described how prolonged exposure to light might disturb the brain's natural inclination toward repose. He recommended a return to the soft gradations of candlelight, which, he claimed, encouraged drowsiness through the gentle reduction of brightness. Few heeded his advice. The march of illumination was unstoppable. Still, nostalgia for darkness lingered in unexpected places. Poets and essayists wrote of the lost art of nightfall. Painters lamented that the deep contrasts of shadow and glow, essence of nocturnal beauty, were vanishing. Even some engineers, proud of their craft, admitted a certain melancholy. One noted, "We have banished the night, and with it, something of our own humanity." But in working-class neighborhoods, electric light brought undeniable relief. Tenement fires, once frequent, declined sharply as candles and oil lamps disappeared. The smell of gas, which had haunted city bedrooms for decades, began to fade. Streets, once dangerous after sunset, became safe for evening walks. For the first time, children could do their lessons after dark without straining their eyes. Progress, it seemed, had its own quiet mercy. And yet, as the glow spread, so too did fatigue. The very brightness that made cities safer also made them restless. The concept of bedtime began to blur. The wealthy experimented with sleeping pills and herbal tonics to regain their lost rest, while workers, returning from factories lit through the night, collapsed into bed long after midnight. The rhythm of human sleep, once ruled by the rising and setting of the sun, was now synchronized to shift schedules and electric hours. Some households resisted. In a few rural manors, the old rituals of evening persisted. Candles were lit for supper, their wax dripping gently down polished brass holders. Gas jets were dimmed or turned off after 9 o'clock. And when the time came to sleep, the last light in the house was extinguished by Handa's symbolic gesture, as though to preserve the sanctity of night. These gestures were small rebellions against the creeping permanence of light. In one diary from 1897, a schoolmistress in Bath described her deliberate decision to keep one room dark for an hour each evening. She wrote of how her eyes adjusted slowly to the shadows, and how the darkness itself began to feel like company. Her words echoed what many were beginning to suspect, that light, for all its marvels, might have made the human soul a little lonelier. By the turn of the century, electric light had become a hallmark of civilization. City skylines glittered, and the idea of darkness began to feel primitive, even threatening. But within this dazzling transformation lay a subtle irony. As the nights grew brighter, sleep grew thinner. The gentle rituals of winding down, the dimming of lamps, the quiet folding of blankets, the whispered goodnight were slowly being replaced by the mechanical certainty of a switch. The Victorians, who had once battled to master firelight, now faced a new kind of challenge, mastering restraint in an age that no longer slept. The battle for darkness had not been won or lost. It had simply changed shape. No longer about the cost of fuel or the risk of flame. It was now a matter of will, question of whether humanity could remember how to rest in a world that refused to dim. And so, in the final glow of the 19th century, as street lamps flickered to life across the British Empire, the last candlelit rooms remained as quiet testaments to another rhythm of life. They spoke of evenings that grew gently dimmer, of sleep that came naturally, of the subtle wisdom of shadow. When you imagine that soft pool of light in a quiet Victorian parlor, the faint scent of beeswax, the slow golden flicker against wallpaper, the calm voices fading into silence, you may feel what they once felt, that light was not just something to see by, but something to feel by. And yet, one can't help but wonder, now that the world glows endlessly, streets, screens, and cities that never darken, have we truly conquered the night, or simply forgotten how to dream within it? And now our quiet journey through Victorian nights draws to an end. We have wandered through lamplit streets and candlelit rooms. We've sat beside gentle doctors who whispered remedies for sleepless minds, and watched the last coals glowing softly beneath a kettle of warm milk. We've heard how bedpans were warmed, how tea was steeped, how sleep was coaxed rather than commanded. The world you visited tonight, a world of flickering light and soft voices, was one where the night was never hurried. Every sound was slower. Every gesture was deliberate, and even insomnia felt like part of the rhythm of being alive. Perhaps, somewhere in this long, quiet story, you found yourself drifting, not because the past demanded your attention, but because it finally allowed you to rest. That's the secret of boring history. It doesn't rush to impress or surprise. It simply sits beside you, steady and familiar, like the gentle ticking of an old clock on the mantel. The Victorians believed that rest was an art, something cultivated through routine and care. A cup of valerian tea before bed, a window cracked just enough to let in the cool air, the soft glow of a candle's final flame fading into the dark. And so tonight, as this story ends, let the old world fade quietly behind you. The lamps are dimming now. The gaslight hisses one last time. Outside, A carriage wheel rolls softly over cobblestones, and somewhere a night watchman calls the final hour. You can let go of the day, of the names and dates and small forgotten facts. They've done their work, slowed the mind, quieted the thoughts, and made room for sleep. Thank you for spending this night in the company of history. May your dreams be long, your rest deep, and your waking gentle. Good night, and sleep well.